Audio test 1 2 1 2. Audio test 1 2 1 2. Welcome into another SR51 media stream. I'm your host, SR51. Hopefully you're having a good weekend so far. If it doesn't work out for you, hopefully it turns around for you during this stream. Welcome back to day 2 of the weekend stream. Wildham5750, thank you for the mic. Thank you for the mic. Shout out to my moderator, that boy Cross. Be sure to go over to his channel, sub up, great content creator as well. Be sure to go over to my moderator, Wildham5750 page, sub up, great content pusher as well. This is day 2 of the weekend streams. Let me get the chat pulled up here. That way I'm on point with it. Okay. So, if you weren't here last night, we kicked off the first night of the Golden Eagles. We drafted a good amount. Well, we worked out a lot of good players. I know we had to cut some people. Had to cut about 17 people. Went through free agency. Got a lot of good players through free agency. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go through the roster. We're going to see who needs to stay and who needs to go. Okay, at quarterback number 1, we have way too many quarterbacks. I would say whoever this guy is. First of all, I know they added some people to my roster. I guess to fill the roster, you have to do that. I would say let's start getting rid of some of those people that we know, like this guy, and I would say this guy and this guy. Okay, just throwing them out there. Bears need a halfback. Let's see about some picks. See what pick we can get from this. Okay, drop it down to a 4th. 4th is just shy. Do I have any picks I can swing them? Let's swing them a 7th. All right, we got the 4th for those guys. Okay, and then let's move on to let's say we're gonna go with in the halfback room. I know it was Shad White. He's 27 years old, 78. Najee Harris, Kenneth Gainwell. With Gainwell, Kenny is actually very good. Manny, yo, shout out to my moderator, Manny. Be sure to go over to his channel, sub up, great content creator as well. What's Kenneth's motivation and tags? Okay, he's just here for the money. Okay, so put Gainwell up there. Alvin Kamara. He about to be 32. Brian Robinson we can hold on to, and then we'll sort it up with some other people. From the wide receiver room, I know Thornton we're going to hold on to, and Steven Sims, or who's this guy? Tushawn Palmer. Okay, let's see what we got. Who you got, Spurs or OKC? I like Wemby, but I want OKC to win. Let's see what we get offered. No trade offers again. Okay, so we're trading a halfback. Mainly, the best positions are the halfback. I know they wouldn't come up off of Trey Henderson. It's worth a shot, but I know they wouldn't. Yeah, kind of figured they wouldn't. They have some good people over here on the Bengals. What we're looking for is they're saying a D tackle. I don't think I need another D tackle. I like looking more for linemen, if possible. I know the Browns. Oh, my man Shadari. Yeah. How about all these people for Shadari and a pick? That would work well with me. Okay, let's do. He said you is tripping. Why is that? Because I don't want the Spurs to win? I'm not a Spurs fan. I'm barely even an OKC fan. I just like the team setup. We can probably get Shadari, and let's do a 4th and see if I put a 7th on there. Can I bump my 7th up to a 4th? 7s mean nothing. I'm tired of SG flopping. I didn't know he flops like that. Okay, so let's keep all the picks and then see if we can drop it down to a 5th. 6. I would like to pick up a pick, but I'll take Shadari for all these dudes. Put 2 7s with it. But how your day? My day is going great. I'm about to go out on a barbecue hangout in a couple of hours. Wife is having a great day. I'm having a great weekend. People are healthy. The week is going well. Got my computer up and running, downloading stuff on my Xbox World Godlike X right now. Playing Forza. Forza 6 is an amazing game. So yeah, I'm having a great weekend. Let's go with Shadari. Okay, and I now got Shadari. Okay, big fan of Shadari Sanders. I think I can coach him up to being, if I'm going to have a pocket quarterback, it might as well just be Shadari. And then let's go with who your quarterbacks. I have Justin Fields, Malik Willis, Marcus Mariota, Shadari Sanders, and Anthony Richardson. Marcus Mariota is probably going to be traded away, as well as Malik Willis, because I like Fields, Sanders, and Richardson to go forward with. So let's put Willis up there as well. And then for the wide receiver room, let's go ahead and put this guy Sims up there. See what we get offered. Okay, they're offering me Kenneth Gainwell and Caleb Johnson. The Steelers have some people I wouldn't mind picking up. I would personally like myself to get Asante Samuel Jr. Real big fan of his is that I be playing NBA. Yeah, NBA is a good game. I think they've really improved over the past couple of years. What do y'all have at Mike's and Sam's? Pat Queen. Pat Queen will make a very good pickup. I don't know if they would come up off of him for what I'm offering. How about Asante Samuel Jr. and Pat Queen? Okay. To get Pat Queen and Asante Samuel Jr., I'd be willing to give up. I'd be willing to give up a 4th. Okay. It could be the people that I'm offering are really not that spicy to them. Unless you ain't getting Pat Queen unless you give up a draft pick. Yeah, for the people I was offering, they're not gonna come up off of him. Let's see here. The line is being built. Evan Brown. I don't want to move anybody from the line because I haven't looked to see who's who yet there. Let me see. Yeah, we got some dogs. I haven't made my mind up there yet. Left edge is running well. I got Mike Hall. Walter made some trades with the Eagles as well. Got a lot of Mikes. Zaire Franklin. See if you can flip Zaire Franklin for Pat Queen and what's the name? Okay, so the 4th didn't get it done. So let's go ahead and put a 6 with it. Let's go ahead and put another 6 with it. All right. And we were able to flip Marcus Mariota, Malik Willis, Zaire Franklin, a 4th and 2 6 for Asante Samuel Jr. and Pat Queen. That's really going to help us out. Okay, let's continue on with moving people that, just to basically, because we're done with free agency. And, I done got everybody I needed from free agency, really. Okay, let's move past the line. Let's move into, say, right and left edges. Oh, wait. We have some more people that they added to the team, I think. Yeah, this boy Sims. Thornton is staying. Let's see here. Move past the line. Okay. This guy and this guy. Okay, let's see what we get. Nothing. Okay, the main highest one is a wide receiver. So we will go somewhere where people are looking for wide receivers. The Browns, we just did a trade with. There's JOK. Typically, they don't like trading JOK, but you might be able to get lucky with them. I doubt with these people. They might be willing to trade JOK. So what are they looking for? A D tackle? I got my call from them. I don't want to give them my call. How about a few days ago, I drafted an 88 speed defensive tackle, 79 overall. That speed gonna come in handy. He gonna be able to hunt people down. Watch, he gonna be able to hunt a lot of people down. Bobby Wagner's almost a 90. I don't want to move Wagner. Ivan Pace. We got a lot of good linebackers, a lot of good people. Was able to hit free agency very hard. Let's put Emerson's good. Sedarius White. Let's go with Taylor. I think may be harder to make work just because of the fact that he's a normal. His motivation and tags are he's just here for the money. So let's put Taylor up there and see if we can get JOK. Okay, well, dang. We were able to say 2 players we're really not using for a will side of JOK, which is good. Helps our defense even more. Okay. And then another player I wanted to take a run at was Abdul Carter. Now that the year has passed, I would like to take a run at Abdul Carter just to see if I can free him up from the Giants. He is not rated, from what I can tell, as one of their highest players. He's just an 81. Okay, they say they're looking for a wide receiver. How about Romeo Dobbs, the ball I picked up? Okay, little to no interest there. They're looking for a right tackle. How about Colton, actually? Okay, no interest there. Do you take advantage of training camp in preseason? Every game before I play the game, I will simulate the training camp. I don't actually skip the training camp part. I just don't play it. Center is pretty nice. I don't really want to dismount a line like that. So let's see if we can go with give him AJ. See how far out we would be. Okay, nobody's really moving it the way I would want it to. We got Woozier, Douglas, Newsom. Sean Murphy-Bunting kind of fell a little bit. How about Bunting? See how close we are with Bunting. Chance, thank you for them likes. Thank you for them likes. I mean, I could always move Buddha. Let me see, what's Buddha's motivation and tags? Okay, he likes the scheme fit. He's a mentor and the highest value offer. I also have Amani Hooker, who's younger than him. They consider him a bridge player, and Blackman and CJ Gardner-Johnson. And then at free safety, I got a good amount of people. Reed will be starting. How about Kobe Bryant? Okay, so what they're mainly looking for is they're looking for a tight end. About Darren Waller. I'd be willing to give you Kyle Pitts if you gave me Abdul Carter. Njoku. Njoku is 30. Okay, so yeah, basically Abdul is almost basically at the immovable part of the game, where basically he's just immovable as a person. I could give him Christian Wilkinson, but if I remember correctly, I fought hard in free agency to get Christian Wilkinson, and he actually likes being here. And once I start winning, he'll be developing at a higher rate. There's Joey Bosa. Okay, they have no interest in Bosa. It's mainly because Abdul Carter's their best edge rusher. Dude said Waller for Carter. He's young, so he's a lot more valuable than overall. That's true. And then what they're looking for is mainly a Mike. I know they wouldn't go with Bobby. Some interest with Bobby, but not enough to make it happen. Okay. Just was checking in on them to see, what they had going and stuff like that. All right, so Sherwood's 26. Cody, don't really want to move any linebackers just yet unless they are definitely not going to play. Quinny Williams, we can go ahead and, let me see, he is here for the money. Alex is 31. He's a mentor bridge player. He is here for the scheme. Ivan Pace is young. And Blake Cashman. Okay, let's see what we would get for these 3. No offers. Okay. Could be because they're all 30s and 30-year-old players. Okay, just going through the teams to see if there's anybody I remember that I would like to pick up. Oh, I know I wanted to see if I could work a trade out for. DK Metcalf. I want to see how far we were out for a trade. Okay, so DK is tradable. They want a very good player for DK Metcalf. How about I give you, what are you looking for? Looking for a defensive tackle, Mike. Okay, how about Nobody's going to trade for 3 linebackers in one trade. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 quick minute. Anyway, Ben said, "Did you see the cover? What cover? Was there did they release the cover of Madden already? Give me a team to rebuild, please. The Jets. They got picks for you to start the season up with. Turtles, welcome to 51 Dynasty community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream, man. Or a person. How about Kobe Bryant? Not enough. Okay. They're looking for a defensive tackle. I would say I know I have some people in here that I can make some moves with. Can you go to staff abilities real quick? I haven't gotten to it yet. Hold on 1 second. I want to see. Well, you want to see what the staff looks like? Hold on. So my staff is at. My staff is myself, Jonathan Gannon, Emmanuel Ortega, and Wallace Smith. I have not really got into upgrading staff abilities just yet. I normally do that when the season starts. Gannon, I'm surprised, was fired. So go to player development. On what? I'm gonna put you on. Oh, I know about the player development. With the whole what you call it? I know about the whole player development with the whole like cornerbacks. I already got the cornerback one up already. I already got the linebacker and defensive linebacker up. And then for myself, I have both of those already up. I use those. And then for what do you call it? For all this stuff is upcoming. I normally had that unlocked. He said go to the mini camp one. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the one with let me see. Additional rookie snaps, gold medals. Oh, that'd be nice to get. You got a good point with that. Let's go ahead and upload that. You got a good point. Let's go ahead and max that out because then they'll develop quicker. That is true. You can stack the minicamp one. It goes crazy. Get minicamp counselor. All right, cool. I didn't know they let you stack it. Okay. The next one, of course, gonna be 60. Jesus. I'll have the points for that though. Big DK Metcalf fan. I would like to pick him up, but I'm not gonna give him Carter for him. What I would say is DK is downgraded to a star from at one point X Factor. I know there's some people we can move. How about the halfback Al Jalir? Okay, he didn't move it enough for me to wanna. How about Rashid White? Okay, so they're looking more for that Mike position. Who do I have at Mike? Are they filling Bobby Wagner? Try to max it out every coach. It literally gives you like 6 or 12 skill points for every player. Okay, I'll use points towards that. Okay, Bobby moved it very far, which is very good. And then at Will, let's do Quinny Williams. Okay. And then let's also do Alonzo. Okay, and then we should be able to put like a 6th or something like that. And be able to, or a 6th and a 7th, and be able to pick up DK. Okay, throw a 7th with it. All right, and I was able to pick up my man DK Metcalf. I got AJ Brown and DK Metcalf over on the sidelines. Okay, down to 7 people as a cutter. And then I have the first round pick number 3. I don't have anything to second and excuse me. I don't have anything through 2nd through 7th, but at the same time, we'll look at the scouting draft and see what we want to do. All right, let's see here. Positions where we know we won't be using certain people, stars, superstars, stuff like that stays. N'Kobe is a former Eagle. He rides. And then let's go with Malik Willis. Blake Cashman, 30-year-old normal. He can be traded. You never know what you can get. And then some of these cornerbacks down here like Tre'Davious White and Emerson, I think can go to the practice squad, right? Oh, he can't. Let's hold it on to Emerson. I haven't made a decision on who's going to be the starting cornerbacks yet, but I do have to get under 75. Oh, here we go. Let's go do this dude, Deontay Hall and whoever. All right, yeah, let's go with these guys first. See who pops. The Jets and the Bengals have interest in him. Let's go to the Jets. There was a right guard that they had that I would like to pick up, and that's Elijah Vera-Tucker. He develops very well as far as what I can tell in the draft. In a second. Okay. But they are willing to trade Tucker. So let's go bottom second. Okay, I'd be willing to do a fourth. Okay, they want to hold on to the fourth. How about 2 6s? 1 6. No pick. Okay, so if we take the free safety off, that's not really that good, and maybe offer them, say, the bull Kobe Bryant. Okay, still a little lightweight. Take the Tre'Davious White off, do Kobe Bryant, and do Kobe Bryant, and let's do White. Darren, yo, what's up with you, man? Welcome to 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Saya, welcome to 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are also appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. Hope you're enjoying the stream. They're mainly looking for a wide receiver, so let's see how far we are out with these two players. Okay, Tre'Davious White. Me, I was the Bills. They're a good team. Real life and in Madden, to be honest. Kirk. How about Kendrick Bourne? He's kind of older. Okay, Kendrick's not going to push it. How about Kirk? Okay, Kirk isn't really moving it. Let's go with Jay Benz. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are also appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. They mainly want Mike. Okay, so they want a Mike. Can you make my people? Yes. What happened? T5. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. I greatly appreciate that. Can you make my people? Yes or no? I'm not doing creative players. Currently. For the mic, I would say nobody I'm willing to get rid of on a mic. Blake Cashman's already up there. Alex Singleton's at 32, but I have Matt Milano and JOK now. But Singleton also turns out to be very well. I played against him in the Giants, and that ball can ball. For the free safety position, Justin Simmons is not going to play, so let's see if that'll make it work. No? Okay. Let's go with Amani Hooker is almost 30, and Buda Baker's starting. Both of them are the same thing, but he's a bridge player, so let's see if Hooker can get it done. My first year, I didn't know what record I went, but they fired me my first year. That's messed up. All right, we got Vera-Tucker for 3 people that wasn't going to start anyway. Okay. And then that's off the line. So let's also pull a couple more people, and let's see. Let's do. What's up with Algier, the highest rated halfback? What's he about? Warm weather state. Okay, he likes it because it's warm weather. What's up with Rashid White? Rashid is 2 out of 3. Byron Robinson. Okay, he doesn't want to be here, so we're going to go ahead and put him up. Tank Bigsby, my man Tank. Tank wants to be top. He is top of the depth chart, so he likes that already. So I made a new one and went 3 and 14. Okay, sometimes you got to start over. Let's do Born. Let's get Born out of here. And then let's do, let's see what else. Looking for those players that are like lower rated than, okay, Isaiah Adams. See what we get offered. Marshawn Lattimore, Jay Blue, Tyron Tracy, and somebody from the Titans. Going by the teams, I would say, did you ever get Crosby? Yup, I got Crosby. I forget what I traded for him, but I was able to pick up Crosby. I do a deal with the Commanders, but who I would want would be Frank Louisville. I think Frank Louisville's a very good lineman. If he's still on the team. Yeah, Frank's still on the team. He's a veteran. They have him rated as a 78 now. Motivation and tags would be head coach win percentage, big market, highest value offer. So we can do Frank. And then I would say let's do Frank and a 3rd round pick. Okay. I'm offering them Adams. Adams is like a 70. So if I was to maybe move it over to one of these cornerbacks who's not going to play like that. They're all stars. Let's go to say, I don't want to give them Justin Simmons because I haven't made a complete move there yet. Let's do, but you know what? Justin is like the, veteran that is around the same rating. Okay, Justin almost had it done. What's up with Alex Singleton? Is his motivation and tags lined up? Okay, he doesn't want to be here at all, so basically that's not going to end up helping me. So let's put him on the trade and then do a 3rd, and we can get a 3rd and Frank. That'd be nice. Trade a Will for a Will. I like Frank better than I like Alex Singleton. All right, we got a 3rd round pick and Frank Louisville for Alex Singleton, who wasn't going to see the field anyway. Okay, 3 more cuts, and then maybe I'll move a couple people for picks just to kind of, help out the. What do we have on picks anyway? We have the 1st, number 3, and a 3rd. Okay. We have 4 halfbacks. I don't think we need all 4, so I would say, well, Algilaire, he really wants to be here. Okay, he's 1 out of 3. Najee Harris is completely against everything. He wants to be top of the depth chart, but I might move Najee because of his mentality. And he's also about to be like 30, so I may move him because of his mentality. Let me look through and see. We got A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, and Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm trying to think, is there any other wide receivers that I really like that I want to move? We could probably draft or go through free agency pickups after the fact. The line is running with 3 so far. I can kind of even that out after. Let's do the boy Adams. That's the original one we were doing. And then there is Colton. Colton is top 11. Harrison is top 19. Haven't really made a decision there yet, so we're going to hold off on them. We're looking for those players that, going to take a while to develop, like my man right here. We're getting rid of him. And we can do Tre'Davious White. Let's see what we get offered. Braylon Allen and Kevin Winston Jr. How far will we be out for a trade? Like if I let you keep all that, I'm looking to maybe upgrade on wide receiver. How far will we be out for Garrett Wilson? Okay, I kind of figured that Garrett Wilson is like basically the best player on the team. With the Eagles, did they still have Jalen Phillips? I think they kept Jalen Phillips and let go of Nakobe Dean and the rest. Yeah, they ended up keeping Jalen Phillips. How far would we be out for a trade for Phillips? Okay, they want to hold on to Phillips, which is understandable. And I have AJ already, so I know they wouldn't trade me like Smitty or nothing like that. Yeah, they have no interest in trading Smitty. Okay, so going back to the Jets. Who was it? Who was it that offered again to? What the Titans got a wide receiver? B. Allen, low-key tough in the game. Really? T. Shout out to my moderator, T. Be sure to go over to his channel, sub up, great content career as well. How's that day going, T? What team were you before relocate? I relocated the Arizona Cardinals to Honolulu, Hawaii, and renamed them the Honolulu Golden Eagles. I really want to look at the wide receiver position, but a lot of their wide receivers they have are kind of like older, you know, not able to. Shamir Dyke. Let's see, 6'1". Release could be worked on. Motivation and tags. Scheme fit, big market. Not really what I'm looking for. What else do I need to? I'm trying to think of anything else. What do you have at linebacker? Because I could always use another Sam. I might switch some people around and make them more happy. Cedric Gay, a 23-year-old will side linebacker who is rated as a top 14 weak side. Franchise Super Bowl chance, franchise quarterback. That could work. I can see that. That could work. But I would like to maybe pick up a pick. They need a wide receiver themselves, so they probably ain't got no wide receivers to be able to offer me. At center, who do you have? Not that much. Peter, right guard is there. Okay, so what do you got at halfback? Tony Pollard, quarterback, Tre'Davious Ward. Okay. Let's go with I gave him, if I'm not mistaken, I'm the one that gave him Clowney. Let's go with the young boy Cedric. Let me see what he got in ratings wise. Play recognition is pretty good, top 14%, 95 stamina. 95 injury, so he won't get hurt. Let's go with Cedric. What do you got at cornerback? L'Jarius Sneed, he's a trade target veteran. I think he has very good play recognition, stuff like that. He's a top 10 cornerback. Let's see if we can flip some people and get a pick. If not, I'll take off the will side linebacker. Take off the will. Take off the second and make it a third. Make a third into a fourth. Do I have any picks to speed this along? No. Okay, so make the fourth into a fifth. Sneed progress would be, he is nowhere near top 10. They're saying warm weather state, historic championships, we won't have that, but his rating wise, how long has he been in the game? 6 years? So I'd get a good run out of him before he goes anywhere. Play recognition is good. Acceleration, speed, man coverage. All cornerbacks really can't tackle that good. So I'm not really stressing that. If I let him keep the pick and I want to just say the will linebacker, because that's their best will linebacker, so I can understand why they don't want to trade him. But if I wanted the will linebacker and a cornerback, what's up? Take that right edge off. And because I'm getting Sneed, I can move some of the cornerbacks I have. He's coming in as an 80, right? So we could say with the bull right can't go to the practice squad, and his rating, he has pretty good rating. He has better tackling than what's his name. So we just stacking on cornerbacks right now. I would say, what's up with that free safety? Give him Justin Simmons and see if we can make it work. Okay, Simmons ain't going to get him across the field. I don't have a punter. I thought I had Ryan Stonehouse. I got to go hunt him down now. Let's see. Put Espinoza on there. They're looking for a wide receiver. I think I have a wide receiver I can dish them because I'm still looking for another couple wide receivers myself. Give him Kirk. See how far we up. Okay, and I don't have any picks that I'm willing to come up off of. I have a third that I'm not willing to give them. This right guard boy, we can always, let me see how far we up. Yeah, the right guard boy ain't really moving it for him like that. I would say go ahead and just sling him Najee Harris because, well, I would say White over Harris because I like Najee, and they're the same age. Well, Najee's 1 year older, but he's better. Dre, welcome to the 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome to the group. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Let's do Rashid White, and then let's see, since we're doing Rashid White, let's see if we can do a second. Put a pick on there, see if we can get some sort of pick. Okay, bring that second down to a third. Bring that third down to a fourth. Bring that fourth down to a fifth or 2/5. See if we can get 2/5. 1/5. I take a next year pick to at least have a pick next year. Let's see, a fourth. Okay, let's do a fifth next year because I can always flip the fifth next year for some sort of pick this year. Straight up, no picks. Darius Sneed is very good as a cornerback, and the will side linebacker is good as well. Let me see what I would get offered before I take this deal from the Titans. Brooks, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Judy's a very good wide receiver. He might make Tariq Woolen from the Commanders. I mean from the Raiders. I'm cautious on Tariq Woolen because he caught a career-ending injury in my other franchise, and I don't know if I want to go down that route. I don't need any halfbacks. Tutu from the Texans. I'm probably gonna swing back for him later. Let me see the Jerry Jeudy trade. Jerry Judy's actually an 81 wide receiver. He has very good stats. Top 10 wide receiver. Super Bowl chance franchise quarterback. We can have at least 2 of those. They're offering a 6. I would say if we can get something higher than a 6. Sleek, welcome to 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna go get Tutu. I completely forgot about Tutu. I'm gonna go get him after I'm done with this to see if I can get a good pick with Jerry Jeudy. I'll take a 5th. Jerry Judy's a very good wide receiver. I'll take a 5th, and you can have all this. Do I have any picks myself that can make it a better pick? No, I have a 3rd. Let's do a 6. I'll take a 6 in Jeudy because I'm looking for wide receivers. All right, and we got a top flight wide receiver in Jeudy. Let's go on over here to the Texans. And let's see. Tutu developed very well. That's a good point. I've seen him do that, actually. Tutu. They're saying they're not willing to trade him, which is basically a pure lie. Will is running strong, not willing to move anybody there just yet. Sam is looking good. Mike's haven't made a decision there yet. Cornerbacks are starting to get there, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starters daggone there, and Samuel backing them up. So I would say let's do Nashawn White for Tutu. Okay, and then Nashawn didn't really move it like that. What are they looking for? Halfbacks? Should have said something. I just had one. Oh, that's why they were coming after him like that? I go with Najee and Tank and then pick somebody up from free agency. I'd be willing to do Tyler for Tutu, but if I'm doing Tyler for Tutu, I'm going to need some sort of pick because Tutu is lower rated. Okay, straight up. Okay, straight up, we have almost a good trade going. So if we do Tyler, and let's say now that I have Jerry Jeudy and Marvin Harrison, I could see what's up with Romeo Doubs. Romeo just loves the fact that it's one weather state, so we could do Romeo Doubs. And then let's see if we can get that pick back to working. Okay, let's do a 3rd. Okay. Might be able to work something out for, say, 2/4 or 1/4. Let's put another player on there and see if we can capture those 4/4. Those 4/4, those 2/4. They're looking for a right guard. How about Isaiah Thomas? Okay, Isaiah's too lower rated for them to want to take him on. I have a lot of right tackles. Harrison's 34. Okay. I would like it to be 2/4, but I do want 2-2, so let's do a 4th year and a 4th next year. All right, so we got 2-2 and 2/4, which will help us out down the field. Okay, this is more of, oh crap, 1 second. Okay, we're under the trade deadline, but I still want to kick a couple more people out there, just to see, because the best time to trade is really in the offseason. So we got AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, Jerry Jeudy, Marvin Harrison Jr., Starvin Marvin, and Dante Thornton at wide receiver. Left tackle, Braxton can't go to the practice squad, right? Okay, Braxton's not going to start because Young Bull's 25 and the bull behind him is 26. Braxton's 27, so we can go ahead and trade him up. Then there's Evan Brown. We can go ahead and trade him. And then this bull Adams, we can go ahead and trade him. See what we get offered. They're offering Rasheed White right back, basically. Jalen Noel, I think he's on the trade block. Pretty good wide receiver. Let's take a look at him. And they're offering a 4th along with it. He's 5'10". Oh, okay. I see why, because he's probably super fast. Oh, my God. 93 speed, 94 acceleration, motivation, and tags. Scheme fit, won Weather State Historic Championships, future starter, so he'll get extra XP. Let's see if we can turn that 4th into a higher pick. If we can't, I'll take this trade. See if we can turn it into a 3rd. Okay, so they were more dead set on coming up off the 4th. Hold on 1 second. He said, "Yo, Unc, you watch NBA?" Yeah, I do. Kobe, welcome to the 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm a big Sixers fan, born and bred. Love my Sixers. Aaron, welcome to the 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are also appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream as well. I'll take the 4th. Y'all can have all these people. All right, we got Noel at wide receiver. Okay, so let's go to, you watching OKC versus Spurs game. Is it on right now? Is the Spurs game on? No, it comes on tonight, don't it? I guess. He said trade everyone for Joe Burrow. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Oh, it's 8 p.m.? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it when it comes on. I've been watching the games, really. Noel, Marvin Harrison Jr. How's Noel feel about being here? Like, what's his mentality? Is he going to develop well? Okay, won Weather State. We got to win some championships, things like that from him. We have played no games. I'm saying get Monroe as a backup quarterback. I had Jalen Monroe. Jalen Monroe. I have Justin Fields, Anthony Richardson, and Shadari Sanders, and I had the number 3 pick in the draft. So I'm thinking about drafting a quarterback and moving one of them. This is more just me trading people to, kind of fluff out the what do you call that there? Fluff out the trade pick before we go into what do you call that there? Before we get into the draft, just move some people that you're not are not gonna like make the team ahead of time, because after the draft, I have the draft class turned on strong. So after the draft is over, a lot of these players aren't going to have nowhere near as much These players aren't going to have nowhere near as much worth as they would before the draft. How do you feel about our Birds trading AJ? In my opinion, I kind of feel like if I had it my way, and I have tweets out there, I wouldn't want AJ Brown traded. I would prefer for him to stay on the team, especially that he's under contract and he doesn't seem like he wants to be traded. But at the same time, if we can get a first-round pick, we do have a need at line. We do have a need to rebuild the line, because Lane Johnson's probably going to play one more year. And I would like to have the next Lane Johnson in the building. I would like to have the next Lane Johnson in the building, because if you don't have a line, you really don't have anything. So if that means that, we got to trade AJ to get a first, and then next year we hop up and get, you know, some young boy that I don't know who's the next Lane Johnson, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, and all the stuff he did kind of gives me an impression you want to be traded. So nothing really more I can do about that, you know. Cornerbacks wise, Martin. Oh, the free safeties that I'm not using. This guy. Let's see if you get offered anything. Okay. Halfback. Okay. Tyron Tracy Jr. Blake Crum. You know, Blake, I heard Blake they downgraded the crap out of Blake. Yayo72. Welcome to 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. With the Saints trade, if the Saints are interested in trading for these guys, I would rather trade for Chase Young and maybe a pick. It depends on if I like Chase Young. I was a fan of Chase Young when Chino. Welcome to 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm a fan of Chase Young. I was a fan of his when he played for the Commanders. It depends. They may want to trade him. I am offering him very low-rated players, so I'm pretty sure I could change it up. But I'm trying to see if I can do it for a lower, like, you know. If they're willing to trade him, how about 1/4? Okay, so let's put the second back on there, and then let's take off this free safety who's like a 62 or something. And let's put I had the free agent quarterbacks. I have Shadari Sanders, Anthony Richardson, and Justin Fields. I don't know who I'm gonna go with yet. I may draft a quarterback. That's the next step after I get these final trades in, is to see, you know, who's gonna be the next young rookies to be on the team. They're looking for a D tackle. I have no one that I'm willing to give you in that room. From the left edge position, Espinoza never really expanded the way I wanted him to, so let's see. Okay, Espinoza. And then Charles is very good. I picked him up in the practice squad, excuse me. But he has no mentality to want to be here, so let's see where we're at with that. Okay, let's drop that second down to a third. Okay, so it'll probably be a fourth, which I'm okay with because let's see if we can pick up 2 fourths. Okay, how about an early fourth and a fifth? Do you have 2 fourths? I mean, 2 fifths? You have 2 fifths, right? How about 4-6? If y'all want to go 4-6, I'll go 1-4. 1-4. Take the fourth down to a fifth because I really do want Chase Young. All right, got my boy Chase Young. He gonna be running the sideline with other people. And then as you get down to, hold on 1 second, make sure Forza downloading on my handheld here. Shit robbed us. Hey, let's take that up with the GM. I ain't had nothing to do with that. Is it downloading? Is Forza downloading right now? I think it's still downloading. Yeah, still downloading at about 146 right now. Give me 1 second as I run right to the restroom, and I will be right back. left my boy Carl Granson with no help. I mean, I like the Saints. I actually like the coach y'all got. I really like that boy. You know, that was one of my very good coaches I like having on the team. But and then also the draft class, like I said, is on super strong. Well, not super strong, but I got on strong. So I'm pretty sure, you know, with the picks y'all got and stuff like that, y'all be able to get y'all some good people. Okay, the line is at 2 so far, which is good because we don't really need to carry more than that. Collins and these guys I'm going to try to hold on to. Defensive tackle wise, Hall I think can go to the practice squad, right? Yes. He is practice squad eligible. We're going to hold on to him. Nolan should be practice squad eligible as well. We're going to hold on to him. So that would leave Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, Quincy Wilkins, and Jordan Davis as the starters. Okay. This guy can be traded. Jordan Birch is not practice squad eligible. And he is top 34. He likes a warm weather state. Miguel, welcome to 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support. And welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Let's see here. Looking for those, it will take a while to develop style players. Just before we get into the draft. Cornerbacks I don't really want to mess around with. Let's do this, and let's do this guy too. That's right, Miguel. Go Eagles, fly Eagles, fly. Hopefully this is our year again. The Cowboys have interest. Okay, I'll do a deal with the Cowboys. You know, the Cowboys. Somebody told me too, you can't hate the Cowboys anymore because we've done so many trades with them. I'm like, in a way, he kind of has a point. I think I'm gonna move my hate to New York. You know, get JD5. He's the GOAT. I mean, from the Cowboys, I don't really know who comes out of the Cowboys like that. Don't y'all have Logan Wilson? Oh no, I think Logan went to the free agency. Ooh, Marcus, Lufanga. He was actually pretty good. I saw him play. His play recognition is down a bit. Do you only trade players? No. What I do is I trade, I sign. I play the whole season. I play every game. Except for preseason. I don't play preseason. I do all cuts, trades, and everything like that. I play every game until the season's over, whether I win or lose. I'm a fan. I got all their jerseys. Jalen Hurts, both Super Bowl 57 and 59. Yeah, I myself, just to kind of reveal it, I have the what do you call it? The Eagles bird I got a while back. Shout out to my wife as my tattoo artist. I have my 76er. I don't know if you can see it. I have my 76er straight up, and then I have my first tattoo ever, which is my original Eagles bird. So he said July only pops when you're trading. No, I've been a little bit busy. I just got my schedule back where I can basically stream big time on the weekends and at least an hour every day during the week. So and then also my computer took a crap, so I had to go buy a new computer. So now I have Microsoft Surface. So I'm running with that. What's your opinion on Jalen Hurts? I feel as though Jalen Hurts has proven that he's a top flight quarterback. I'm not really going to get into rankings because I feel a lot of people get into oh yeah, you know what? I can get Woolen. You are right. I feel as though a lot of people get into rankings, to be honest, and I'm not really about that. I go more off of stats. I feel as though that Jalen Hurts has proven that he can win us a Super Bowl, and I feel as though he's also proven that he's a good person offside the field. So I had no problem with keeping him on the team, and I'm glad that we have him. Myself personally, I loved Philadelphia, but he kind of went left, so nothing really there you can do with that. I would say Tyreek Woolen. Now I gave them Tyler McBride. Now here's the scheme, right? Here's the scheme to get Tyler McBride back, right? I would say I am willing to trade you Buda Baker, right, to get Tyler McBride back if it goes through, because Buda Baker's like 30 years old. So I don't know if they'd be willing to do this, but it's worth a shot. Get you about halfway. They're also looking for a center because I feel like with Tyler McBride is only like 26 years old. So you'll get your value out of him longer than you would a center and Buda Baker. So let's see. This guy right here is a 72, so he's not really going to work out like that. They're looking for, I'm trying to think of some of the big hitters that I have on the team that are very high rated. Let's see here. I would say you could do Matt Milano. He's 32. Okay, you're about halfway there. I don't have any seconds from what I know. I have a third. Okay. And then would I be willing to trade another fourth with it? Yeah, I would be willing to do that. It's mainly about the players. The players aren't moving enough. Buda Baker's moving them. Matt Milano not really, and not really so much the center. Let's go to all and see who pops up. So Buda Baker. Let's see here. Let's see here. What are they looking for? Mainly, you need to go by what they're looking for. So, they're looking for a wide receiver. Jerry Jeudy is one of my top guys. I don't want to necessarily get rid of him. We could do David Njoku. Didn't really move it as much as I thought it would. Oh, you know what? I know what the problem is. We're trying to get Tariq Woolen at the same time. So let's just do straight up and see how close he would be. Okay, and then, yeah, leave Tariq Woolen over there for a while and see where we'd be at for, say, the center. And then also put on, I'll put on for my city, on for my city. Put Joey Bosa on there, see how close you would be. Okay, and then let's see if we can go with a third round pick. Okay, and then we'll do another fourth. Okay, and then we'll do another fourth. Okay, so we're halfway there. If I take the center off, how far are we? Okay, just a little bit shy. So I could be able to keep my center, which would be a good thing. Najee Harris. Najee doesn't really want to be here, and I can replace him. Okay. Let's see. Very close to a very good player. When you're that close to a very good player, I would say take the shot. Okay, I'm willing to trade him. Jerry been having a fall off. What, Jerry Jeudy? I think I can coach him up. I think to be honest, I think it's kind of like a team thing. Nothing against the Browns, but it's kind of hard to win when you know it's kind of hard to keep a good mentality when you're on a losing team. David Njoku is 30 years old. I'd be willing to move him. Okay. We need a hitter. We need somebody that basically is gonna turn heads with them, basically. Nolan is going to the practice squad, but he's young. I want to hold on to him. They want it first. I know, and I'm trying to avoid doing that. The difference between Ellis and Pat is 1 point. Trade Vita for a younger. Now I'm a big Vita Vea fan. That's why I picked him up. That line. Wait till y'all see this line in action. Then you'll understand why. Give him Matt Milano. See if they run with Matt Milano. Okay, Matt didn't move him like that. Rasul Douglas and these guys are very good, but they're also very older and they're only like 1 point higher. What's up with Douglas? Does he want to be here? He's just here for the money. Do Douglas. See if it moves it. Okay, put that fourth back on there that was missing. Okay, Douglas didn't move it. Awuzie, where's Awuzie at with this? Is Awuzie like really wanting to be here, or is he just I want him out of free agency? Oh, he doesn't even want to be here. Put Awuzie on there and see what we get. Okay, Awuzie didn't move it. Nick Cross, Reed Blankenship. Justin Fields is probably going to be too older. We have Blackman. Blackman is actually 28 years old. He's 78. Let's see what they feel about Blackman. Okay, so we need a hitter. They want a left guard, huh? Joe Bento has been in the league for 12 years, and he is very good. But there's a good chance that he may not stick around long term. So I can put Bento on there and see what we get. Okay. Bento got us closer, but not close enough. They're looking for quarterbacks. Who do I have at quarterback? I'd be willing to give you Justin Fields. Justin Fields is a normal nowadays. Oh, but wait. If I give you Justin Fields, I'm trying to do that with no picks. Okay, well, we gonna have to do some picks. They're like, hold on now, brother. You ain't fleecing us now. How about a fourth? See if I can hold the third. Okay, let's put the third on there, see if we can hold the fourths. All right, 2/4 should be able to probably make this work. We're going to go 1/4 at a time now. And let's see. Justin might be able to get it done, or we might not be able to get there. Ooh, see, Justin, they like Justin, but not enough to come up off of McBride. Let's see here. With the wide receiver, let me see Jerry Jeudy. What's his motivations like? Oh, Jeudy don't even want to be here outright. Trade him. Hold on. I'm telling you, when I gave him McBride, I knew it wouldn't be easy getting him away from the Raiders. That's how I got Max Crosby, was giving him Jerry Jeudy. Not Jerry Jeudy, McBride. Let's see as we move through here. If I didn't want to touch the line, and I said with Christian Wilkinson is very good. Christian Wilkinson is very good, and he actually is motivated to be here. So I think I'm gonna hold on to him. Bosa's already on the trade. Is Bosa motivated to be here? No. To put another tight end. Let's see. David Njoku. I think I tried David Njoku and they didn't want to go with it. Yeah, they didn't want to go with David Njoku. And Kyle Pitts. I think Kyle, he's not motivated to be here either, right? Yeah, he wants to be top of the depth chart, which he wouldn't be once McBride comes back. So let's see. Okay, put Jerry and David. Stubborn, welcome to the 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. I hope you enjoy the stream. I'm so bored, I'm redownloading Madden 24 and doing a rebuild. Yeah, a lot of games, man. People be talking about all these other games and stuff like that. I'm mainly a Madden guy myself. How about Xavier Collins, bridge player? Ooh, y'all like him, but not enough, huh? You know what? Maybe if I want to McBride, maybe if I flip somebody for like a second or a first or something, I might be able to come back with that second. You know what? Let's do something here real quick. Hold on. Let's flip a player like somebody I know I'm not going to use, right? The quarterback. It's the best tight end. I know, that's what I'm saying. Let's see if I can say flip Justin Fields. Let's see who's interested in Justin Fields. How about let's also see who we can get. Dayron Porter. Dayron Porter develops pretty nice. Let's see if we can get a second with Dayron Porter. Okay. Let's see if we can just get a second outright for Justin Fields. Ooh. A little spicy. The Browns are interested in him. I don't want Alvin Kamara or none of your players. How about this second right here? Okay, you don't want to come up off of your second. What about the Colts? Gang, pick up from free agency, then trade some picks and use them. This is rage bait, bro. Justin Fields ain't worth nothing. Hey, I'm gonna see if I can fleece somebody for a second, and then I'm gonna come back to the McBride trade. Let's see. Teams looking for a quarterback. Actually, you know what the thing of it is with Justin Fields? Like, he has some very good stats. Like, I really could see, like, getting behind him, but I think I'm going to draft a quarterback. They want that first, but a third-round pick? That ain't happening. Let's see. Does he even flip for anybody? Let's see. Quarterbacks-wise, New York. You know what? I had some players that I know can flip for a second. So let's say with Bento, since he's been in the league 14 years. Let's see. Tariq Woolen, the Steelers. Let's see if the Steelers would be willing. I'm just mainly looking for a second. I know I could get probably more, but I'm just looking for the second. All right, I got the second for the left guard. Let's go back to the Raiders trade. And let's see if that second powers it a little bit more. Now that we have a second, let's do McBride. And it's always hard like that because of the fact that, you know, he's the best player on their team. When you're the best player on the team, typically it makes things more harder to get accomplished. Let's do, say, in a second round pick and see where we stand. Okay. So now I can hold on to some of the players I was trading. Second and a third. Put a fourth on there. And let's do let's do a fifth, see if we can hold that fourth. Nope, they want that fourth. So 2, 3, 4s. And ooh, just decline. Wait, am I missing a player or something? Yeah, I added a fourth instead of a player. Let's do, who did I add that one time? Do Justin Simmons. He ain't playing. They don't like Simmons. Okay, do Razoo Douglas since he didn't want to be here. All right, and we got Tyler McBride back. That's what I'm talking about. McBride is back in the building. Okay, and then I traded Bento to the Steelers, right? I moved him because I needed the second, but at the same time, let's see what we got from the Steelers. He's probably their best left guard, and that is gonna be some immovable crap right there. Yeah, they have no interest in wanting to trade anybody for him. Jerry Jeudy, as good as he is as a wide receiver, I think I can do better, especially with his motivation and tags being off. So let's see if we could do Jerry Jeudy for him. Okay, we got halfway. I'd rather have the guard. Linemen are like extra hard to find. He said trade Jeudy. Everybody hates Jeudy. I'm not gonna lie. I see a lot of people that do not like Jerry Jeudy. I don't know his gameplay like that. I don't watch a lot of Browns games. Darren Waller, Jerry Jeudy, and let's say this guy Jordan Birch. Okay, I don't think I have any picks because I just gave the third and the fourth to get McBride back. I have a fourth. Wait. Let's use the fourth from next year. Knew that fourth from next year would come into play. Let's see if we put a fifth. All right, and we got the left guard back. And we are also down to 65. So I'm 10 below the roster count. All right, now, we done moved the roster around enough to where let's get a depth chart in here to see where our weaknesses would be. All right, so from the cornerback position, we got Justin Fields, Shadari Sanders. So if I rolled with Fields and Anderson and Sanders, I feel like Fields can be developed into a franchise quarterback. But let's look at the draft. Let's look at the draft board before we get into let's look at the depth chart first. That way we can see the weaknesses. So at quarterback, there's a definite weakness there. Halfback, I would want Tank Bigsby running over top of Najee Harris just because I'm a Tank Bigsby fan. And he said no, Fields is too old. I haven't I'm using franchise generated rookies. Patrick Ricard is our fullback. Wide receiver would be, of course, AJ Brown first. DK Metcalf second. Marvin Harrison is going to be running a slot. Dontel Thornton is in there. Noel is in there. And we got Tyler McBride and Joku. We could line Kyle Pitts up there, so we might need another wide receiver. Tight ends would be McBride, of course, first. And then Njoku behind Pitts. Left tackle would be Patterson with Walker behind him. Left guard would be Bento over top of Semalu. Center would be our center with McGarvin with Connor below him. Right guard would be Tucker and Taylor. Right tackle would be Braden Smith with Trent Brown behind him. Left edge would be Max Crosby coming off the left with Chase Young right behind him. And then behind him would be McDonald. So Collins is the man out. The scheme you run with this, what the hell scheme you run with 6 wide receivers? This isn't the final roster. we're still ahead of the draft and we're still ahead of cut windows. So it's not definite who's on the team. I'm trying to see who would play and who really wouldn't. We might need another edge rusher because they're using Max Crosby and McDonald on the side. So, well, Xavier Collins can actually swing to the right, but we probably need another edge rusher. So, wait, hold on. Yeah, that guy's getting traded. So yeah, we're gonna look for another edge rusher. I know Vita getting old. Vita number 1. Well, no, actually, Jalen Carter would be 1. Jordan Davis would be 2. Vita would come in on a rotation. Christian Wilkinson would be in there. And then, yeah. And then Nolan would be over top of Mike Hall. Well, both of them are going to the practice squad anyway, so we'll figure that out. Sam is not going to be you. You're on the team because I like you as a player. But Tutu would be holding down the Sam position, and then behind him would be Jeremiah Trotter, and then behind him would be Gay, and then Trotter would actually get reps from a different position. We would do Garrett. Okay, so I might go after Leo Chenot. I know he's very good. Mike linebacker would be Ellis, and then Pat Queen, and then Sherwood, and then where's my man Dean? The big Jimmy Dean links. Dean over Sherwood. Will would be salary cap is not on. You got to start Vita or trade him. You know what? That is a good point. You do have to start Vita Vea or trade him. That is true. So we'll do Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Wilkinson, and Nolan. Will would be JOK at topside. Matt Milano behind him. And Wilson below them. There's no other Wills, right? Louisville. Louisville might take Wilson's position because I'm a big fan of Louisville. And then Ivan Pace. Ivan Pace and some other people might get converted to Sam linebacker, so I'm not looking to like trade them or anything like that. I picked up a lot of people in free agency because linebackers this year, for whatever reason, is super hard to find. Okay, at cornerback, we still have Chidobe. He would start off, and then we would go with, I didn't trade, what's his name, right? I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I didn't trade the main guy, Bunting. I didn't trade Bunting. Johnson, Newsom will be over Bunting. Bunting will be behind Newsom. And then it will be Johnson. And then Asante Samuel Jr. And then no other cornerback stands over top of them. Okay. Free safety would be my man Reed Blankenship. And then below Reed would be Justin Simmons, because I feel as though that would help him grow better. But then Nick Cross is better rated than Reed Blankenship. So it will be Nick Cross, who has better play recognition. Reed Blankenship. So Reed Blankenship, we'll debate about who goes, but these three are probably set. He's probably traded. At strong safety, who has better play recognition? The young boy over Chase Gardner. No, I moved the Cardinals to Honolulu, Hawaii, and renamed them the Honolulu Golden Eagles. Okay, so Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Julian Blackman. Kicker is Jake Elliott. Punter, I got to hunt down a punter. I had Ryan Stonehouse, but I forget what happened with him. So let's go. Punters can be moved for really lightweight nowadays. Where's Stonehouse? Did he get picked up? He didn't get picked up? What's he in? Free agency or something? Bro, I'm about to go to free agency and see if he's still out there. I can't. I got to go to free agency in the thing, because we're still in the free agency period. Let's go to available. And is he still out there? There he is. Ryan Stonehouse. Okay, we're going to go ahead and hook you up with a very player-friendly 7-year deal at about $3.5. Give me 1 second. Free agency trade for a defensive back. Let's see. Stonehouse, you with the deal? Did they get him? Yep, Stonehouse is on the squad. All right, that's the punter that I like. For whatever reason, I really like Stonehouse. Young ball, I feel as though he'll develop well. Stonehouse is now the punter. All right, so we have that taken care of. Cornerback room. When I looked at the depth chart from the cornerback room, it seems pretty well. Not too old of players and good mixture of old and young. From the wide receiver room, I know what I need to pick up. I know I need to set up. Kick returner, that can be set up later depending on who's fast. Third down running back would be Tank. Najee, we need a hitter. We need a hitter at halfback. We got some good ones, but we need a hitter. Slot wide receiver would be my man Marvin Harrison Jr. Starvin Marvin would be doing that with Dontel Thornton. Dontel Thornton wouldn't do it too well. Noel would do it well, and then we could have Kyle Pitts. Well, Kyle Pitts is the second tight end. Thornton's gonna have to get some reps, so you put him there. Rush left edge, of course, would be Max Crosby, and then behind him would be Chase Young, and then behind him would be the bull Will. He said Dante Fowles me, put him number one. Let's see, right edge. Right edge would be Josh Sweat coming off the right with Xavier Collins. I know we need some edge rushers. I can tell that already. We're gonna need a couple more edge rushers. We're gonna have to hunt down some edge rushers, which is cool. There's people we can use. Just put Trotter in there for right now. Rush defensive tackle would be Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis. And then nose tackle would be Vita Vea, Jordan Davis. Vita Vea, Jordan Davis, and Christian Wilkinson. So just mammoths of men. 347, 336, and 310. That's about 900 pounds of muscle coming after you. Sub linebacker would be JOK and on the sub, with Pat Queen behind him and Ellis above Pat Queen. And then we would have, Big Dean back there as well. Slot cornerback would be Murphy. Awuzie is number 2, so I don't want him coming off the number 2 slot. And then we could go him and Newsom. Okay, so the team looks like I can see the holes in certain positions. Okay, so the first thing I would say is let's go back to that free agency real quick and see if there's any what's the halfbacks looking like. I think a majority of them already been picked up, right? Okay, yeah, I figured that. Quarterbacks, Will Levis. Dang, Will got done so dirty, yo. Like, I barely remember his career, to be honest. What was it? Wide receivers, all the wide receivers have been picked up, right? Tutu Atwell. Okay. Brandon Cooks. Tutu Atwell. Let's see what Tutu got. Quez Watkins. Tutu Atwell is a normal. He's a playmaker. His release is horrible. We need a hitter at halfback, because when you go to third down running back, if the third down running back is rated as a 60 something, that means if he doesn't probably have a clear lane, he's not going to actually be able to do much. I'm not going to try to pull no Saquon Barkley, because I'm pretty sure it's going to take a miracle on 34th Street. Let's see here. Kenneth Walker was able to be traded from the Seahawks, but I doubt if they trade him now. Let's see. No, I kind of figured they wouldn't be willing to trade him like that, because he's still attached to the Seahawks in this year's Madden. Bucky Irving, he's a guy from the Jets. Breece Hall, Deontay Stewart, Ashton Genty. I highly doubt they would trade Genty. I mean, it's worth a look. He is an 83. I don't know anybody on the squad that they would even be willing to probably hand him over for. Yeah, he's way too good to, be traded. Let's see here. Rico Dowdle, David Montgomery, Zach Charbonnet, Chase Brown, Warren, Tony Pollard, Chuba Hubbard, Cam Scatback to Scatback, Amarion Hampton, Quid Junkins, Tyler Algier. Algier went down in rating when I traded him to the Texans. Let me see. Did his morale go down or something? Warm weather state, historic championships. Tyler was pretty good. I think it's an insurance option. I'll see about a trade for him as like an insurance option. You know, in case I can't find, because there's some people that I know I can't necessarily find out there like that. Let's go ahead with say this guy and see if I can make something happen. No? Okay, and then okay. Let's do this. Let's leave Algier there, and then let's move those two guys and also Justin Simmons, because he won't play. See if there's any offers. No. Okay, let's see if we can get Algier back for all these people. No. Okay, then I would have to probably hunt down halfbacks. Let's see, somebody's looking for a free safety. Oh, wait, that's the Texans trade. That's why. Okay, let's go to trade depth. Let's go ahead and move Hall, this guy, and Justin Simmons. No trade offers. Okay, we look for somebody that's looking for a free safety, strong safety. I'm trying to think of halfbacks. Okay, the Browns are looking for a halfback. Devin Bush probably isn't tradable. Yeah, knew that wouldn't happen. Quid Junkins, excuse me. There's Rashid White. Rashid White was a guy I traded over there. I would say with White, he actually was cool with being there, right? One weather state, scheme fit. And he is pretty good. Pretty good. Top 20. Let's do White and see if we can get a pick to go along with it. Okay, just straight up for White. Okay, they don't want to do that, which is understandable. Let's see, who else? Cowboys don't have any wide receivers. I mean, halfbacks that I wanted. I mean, they probably wouldn't do Barkley, right? He's like on the cover of the game. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Bro, what? He said, bro, you know they're not taking that. Let's see here. Looking for free safety. Not a lot of people, well, the 49ers are looking for free safety, but I don't know who they have at halfback. I don't know their team like that. Christian McCaffrey's right up there with, what's his name? With, what's that guy's name? With Saquon Barkley. That ain't happening. Breece Hall is the best person on the team. They're not trading him. The Lions have David Montgomery, but I'm pretty sure he's still attached to them, where they're not gonna like let him go. Let me see. And then David Montgomery's not actually that fast. Josh Jacobs, newly released from jail. Josh Jacobs. Rico Dowdle, I don't know. No. What's the picks look like? What about a fourth? What if I took the fourth off? Okay. Rico Dowdle's too good to let them trade him. You see Chuba Hubbard, exclusive, elusive, pretty good speed, morale, top 14. What's his motivation and tags? Warm weather state, championships, highest value offer. That might be a good one. I think Chuba Hubbard might be a good one. So let's just look around, make sure he's, the guy before we do something and then regret it. And also is Zach Charbonnet. Charbonnet's top 12. Franchise quarterback, championships, and scheme fit. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see if we can go ahead and stack it out with Rasheed White and Alvin Kamara as insurance policies. What about just for Rasheed White? No. How do you stream? Through an Xbox and a computer and other equipment. James Conner was actually the halfback that was on the team when I got here. I'll take Conner. How about you give me Conner, I give you a fourth. Okay, take that free safety off and see if you can put somebody else that'd be more interesting to them. Like say do this cornerback and then take the fourth off and let's just see what steps up. Okay. Oh, edge rusher, Jack Sawyer, who's only 24 years old. That's a power rusher too. Block shedding pretty good. That's right, you should get Keontae Mitchell. Who's he play for? Okay, I'll check the Falcons. Oh, Baltimore? Okay. Jack Sawyer, I think this might be a pretty. Let me see what he got. Jack might actually turn out to be a good edge rusher, and then he's practice squad eligible if I don't kind of see what I want. Big market, Super Bowl chance, scheme fit, future starter, all that for a bunch of dudes is not going to play. Let's see if we can also get a pick along with that. Maybe a third or a fourth would be great. Okay, we might be able to get a fourth with him, or let's see if we can get 2 fourths. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if we can get 2 fourths. Okay. How about 1/4 and a fifth? Take the fifth off. Let's move the fourth down to the later fourth. I think I have a seventh or something that we can use to make that happen. I can use a sixth. All right. Got a good edge rusher and a fourth. Okay, now you said the Ravens, right? If he's still there, because we're a year removed. So let's see. Ravens. Rashawn Ali is the only person that's there. Let's go to the Chiefs and see how. I was looking. The one other person I wanted to see before we take it further was Leo Chenal. I wanted to see what it would take to move Leo Chenal. They're looking for a cornerback or a wide receiver. How about Noel? No. Okay, looking for a tight end. Njoku's 30. No. Okay, looking for a will side linebacker. I got a lot of linebackers now. How about Matt Milano? Leo Chenal is actually very hard to trade for. What about Chidobe Awuzie? Okay, we got somewhere with Chidobe. I can always give you Blackman and start Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Okay, got even further with that. Got even further with that one. And let's do. I'm willing to do. A lot of these mics are there, but they're not going to start. So let's go with, say, from the Sam room. Chanel is the highest rated Sam in the game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've had him on the squad before. The bull can play. You know, I'm thinking, why not? You know, bring him on and see what we can do. Davian Collins, let's see what they run with it. All right, so maybe if I put a pick with it, I don't know if I have any picks left. What about I put a fourth? Okay, what about 2/4? Okay, so take Blackman off. How close are we? Okay, Blackman was actually what was pushing it. Do Javen Njoku because he's in his 30s. Okay, they want Blackman. That's what they really want. What about Najee Harris? All right. I'd rather give up Najee Harris because he doesn't want to be here. I'd rather keep the ball Julian Blackman because it's probably hard to replace a center. I mean, a strong safety, whereas Najee Harris can just play for the Chiefs if he wants to. And we now have Leo Chenot at the Sam. Okay, we're good there. And we are at 62 of 75. All right. So we're going to advance a week. First off, we're going to put some people that, let's see what we got. Who do we have at quarterback? Okay, Justin Fields. Now, I have the number 3 pick. Let's see what we got in Combine now that we have the team kind of sorted out a little bit. Okay, so if I was to trade, hold on one second. I know somebody was blocked. Hold on. He is a Philly fan, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. Go to his stuff. Oh, he's no content, no bio. Okay, so from the cornerback room, let's see. So there's there's a right edge rusher. Okay, but I have Josh Sweat and I have what's that boy's name? I have Josh Sweat and I have Max Crosby. The main thing is we need a franchise quarterback, right? You need a quarterback that's like, yeah, this dude's the man. You know, he's gonna hold it down for like forever. Let's see. From the cornerback room, you have my scouts are telling me these guys that are available, the top 5 quarterback, they're saying that he's a 2nd to 3rd round quarterback. They're saying the second quarterback they're saying is top 5. He's round 1 through 2. And then they're saying the other guy is round 2 through 3. And they're saying the scrambler ball that I was looking at, they're saying that he is round 3 through 4. So no quarterback coming out this year is really a top 5 or a franchise quarterback. With the number 3 pick, I'm pretty sure I could have my pick of any quarterback I would want in the NFL with the number 3 pick. I don't know who I would want to pick up with a number 3 pick. I mean, somebody like Lamar Jackson would be nice, but I don't know how that would work there. Let's see here. It could be Lamar. I mean, I don't know if they would come up off of Lamar for a 3rd like that. I could also see if I can move, say, Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley with us to Hawaii. That would be the safer option. Caleb Williams, not so much. First of all, but let's at least see if the Eagles would do that trade. For the number 3 pick. Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts for the number 3. Hell, while you're there, you might as well do Saquon Barkley, because we need a halfback and we need a quarterback. So let's see how valuable the 3rd is to them. Okay, we're already halfway there. I would say also at the same time add somebody like Smitty is their number one. I know you wouldn't be able to move Smitty. How far would you be out if I put Jordan Mailata on it? Okay, the Jordan Mailata trade dropped it very much because he's basically the best left tackle they have. From wide receiver, what if I put Smitty on it? Okay, took it down about the same way. So the third would get you Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. You would have to be Smitty and he said I'm on Madden 27. Oh, I'm 17. Well, Madden 26 is free from Xbox if you get it. Okay, so we're about halfway there for that trade, and then I would have Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. Azir33, welcome to the 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support, and welcome into the group. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, they're looking for a cornerback, so let's do let's see, who's I looking to move? How about Matt Wilson? See how far it moves along the trade. Okay, that's not enough for them. What about Matt Milano? Not enough for them. They're looking for a defensive tackle, wide receiver, right tackle, or a tight end. Did I not trade David Njoku away already? What about Njoku? Okay. Didn't move it the way they wanted. I know they're looking for more people of more impact. Ellis is 1 point over top of Pat Queen. He's almost 32. We could do Ellis. Okay, Ellis moved it along very well. And then how about Justin Fields? Straight up do a quarterback. See if the quarterback pushes it along. Okay, we're in the green area, which is good. Let's put David Njoku up there. Didn't move it the way I wanted it to. Trade McBride straight up and get the rest. Oh no, you know how hard I had to fight to get McBride back. Connor McGarwin isn't a star, but he also is 28 years old and he's only 3 points below the center. And they need a center, so I would be willing to do that. I have no more picks, so that was a nice move right there, but they didn't necessarily roll with it. Put Matt Milano on there and see if we can roll with it. They really want a DT. I could keep a lot of the players that I'm giving them and just straight up give them Christian Wilkinson and then have Mike Hall or one of these young bulls start this year. Let's see, y'all interested in Wilkinson, right? Okay. Take Justin Fields off. How far would be out? Okay, so I can keep Justin Fields as a backup quarterback, give him Wilkinson and Caden Ellis. And then how about because I can always let Dean, Barton, and Sherwood step up and give them Pat Queen and Ellis. And keep, let's see, let me see something. What if I kept Wilkinson? Okay. So Pat Queen and Ellis, I'm willing to do because Wilkinson is a very good tight end, a very good defensive tackle that I'm trying to hold on to. Willis. Okay. Let's do wide receivers. How about Noel? I don't know how much you would care for Noel. No, I figured that much. Njoku. Oh, and Pat Queen would actually work better. Not Pat Queen. Kyle Pitts would actually work better over there, but let's see here. You could go Bento and let Isaac Sebalu start. He's only 4 points below him, and Bento has been in the league for 4 years almost, or like 20 years. So we can see. Just a little shy, just a little shy. And linemen are hard to find. They're looking for a right tackle, right? I mean, I would give you Braden. It just, I don't know how interested in Braden you are. Yeah, that's not going to work. Nobody's popping yellow just yet. The people that I don't want to get rid of would probably pop yellow, and that's why I'm not putting them on there. Two really good Mike linebackers. Give up Wilkinson. What about Greg Newsom? No. Okay. I can let Reed Blankenship start and give you Nick Cross. No. Okay. Julian Blackman. Okay, so we're going to need a hitter. We're going to need us a hitter, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go with Justin Fields. Right. We're right there at the green limit. We're like right there. Oh, the center that's at 84. Christian Wilkinson, you think? I put Wilkinson on there. They didn't want to roll with it. See? There's no point in giving it to them if they don't want to roll with it. Do Marvin. I'm a big fan of Marvin. I want to keep him in the building. What's up with JOK? Is he happy being here? Top of the depth chart, yeah. Mentor to position, no. So take out Pat and put the center in Wilkinson. Wilkinson and the center. Oh, good call on that. Wilkinson and the center, and let's say, because I'd rather keep them linemen. That's a good call, Tanner. And Ellis. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll do Ellis because I do want to keep that cornerback. Ellis is like 30-something. Just shy. Come on now. Come on now. All right, you know what? Let's see if we can find a second. Hold on to this trade. Let's see if somebody on the squad, which I'm pretty sure I have somebody on the squad that is older, that's worth a second. I could maybe trade Matt Milano back to the Bills for like a second or something like that. And then that should push the trade along. Hopefully it pushes the trade along. Hold on, wait. Let's see if we can get 2, 3, 4 for Matt Milano. 2, 3. The heck? I accidentally hit the screenshot button. Second. Oh, wait. Not yet. Do 2, 4. See if we can go 2, 4. Get another pick in here. Do 2, 5. What the heck was that? Oh. Straight up 2. Okay, put another person with it. That'll probably get it across to do Hall. I think there's like a right guard or something I wasn't using, right? Some other regular person I wasn't using. Here we go. This right edge will. All right. Now we got the second. Now let's return back to the Eagles. And let's see if we can work that trade out. Okay, we're going to be doing Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. And we were doing the 3rd round pick in this year's draft. And we were doing the center. And we were doing Christian Wilkinson. All right. And then let's see how far out we were. And then let's put the second on there and see if and Ellis. That's what it was. Ellis. You told me Ellis. Well, let's see if we can hold Ellis. If I'm going to give him a second, let's see if we can hold on to Ellis. You know, linemen are pretty hard to find. And then we can always double back for more picks. I'm going to have to give him somebody. But it don't have to be Ellis. It can actually be like, say, Sherwood is young, but I think he'll develop well. Let's go with Willie Gay Jr. Hand over Willie Gay. All right. And we just got our franchise quarterback. We traded a 3rd-round pick for Jalen Hurts, which is one of my favorite quarterbacks, and obviously, as you can tell, and Saquon Barkley. No, there is no easy on the trades. This is basically the same way the game comes out the box. So I didn't adjust any settings. I didn't move anything around the way it comes out the box. Now, if I'm going to put out some trades, I would rather also see if I can get my man Schmitty before the season starts up. You know, they get nothing against Quinyon Mitchell. I know Quinyon Mitchell would be basically untradeable. But if I could pick Smitty up and just like remove the Eagles, that'd be great. What are y'all looking for? A cornerback? I doubt that they're going to move Smitty though. For I doubt highly that they would move Smitty because Smitty's now the best person on the team, so I doubt they would move Smitty. But yeah. All right, so let's throw out there any sort of last minute people that we want to move for a trade. We have Jalen Hurts. Let's put all Fields and Sanders. We're going to keep. Give up McBride and get Smith and a first. You'll have tight end depth. At tight end, well, I think myself we can maybe do David Njoku, keep McBride. And then at halfback, who do we have going on here? We got Shaq and Tank. So the league is filled with them. Jack Sawyer is going to the practice squad. And then we have some good defensive tackles already. Was looking for an edge rusher, so we can maybe look at that in the draft. See, I had a top 5 pick. Ellis is 31 years old. How long has he been in the game? 7 years? I mean, he's only 31 years old. He's a top 12 middle linebacker, play recognition at 88, so don't really want to move him just yet. This guy, we can move him. Not really worried about him. And, yeah. Let's see what we get offered for these 3 guys. Halfback, right tackle, Michael Phoenix Jr. Jesus, they trading Phoenix already? Okay, Bobby Okor, which would be a very good pickup. Damian Lewis, who's an 85 left guard. Jeremy Chin, who's an 82 strong safety. And Odofe Owe. Before I take these trades, my question would be, how far would I be off from a trade for, say, Trey Hendrickson? I know Trey's like a 99 or whatever, but how far out would we be? I mean, it did move the meter trading for him. What if I took Justin Fields off? Okay, so and Njoku. Okay, so what you're really looking for is a very good player, and you're looking for a cornerback. How about Greg Newsome? Okay, so Justin Fields is what's really moving you along, right? I mean, I'm not using Justin Fields, bro, so. Okay, so it wasn't Justin. What about David Njoku? All right. Yeah, so let's move people that we know aren't going to make the team. Maybe get some picks in here, first, second round, something like that. Justin Fields, and let's do, or you know what? Justin Fields is actually better rated than Anthony Richardson. So we're going to go with, but I know Justin Fields is going to, it doesn't really matter about the money, but it matters about the motivation and tags to see if he's going to develop, which he's not. So we can trade Justin Fields, and then also David Njoku. We're going to hold on to, guards are running too strong, right? Okay. And then there's also Tanner. Welcome to the 5196 community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support. And welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Let's see here. These 2 are going to the practice squad. I'm not going to trade them outright. I want to see about getting them some help. Getting them some build up, to be honest. Mike linebackers, we are not going to need this many of the Mike linebackers. Can he go to the practice squad? No. Okay, his play recognition is pretty good. He's pretty young, pretty good. Cody, what's his motivation and tags, even though he's a superstar? He's here for the money. And he's, how long has he been in the league? 7 years. Uh, Play recognition is pretty good. Top 18%. Pack Queen Ellis. We're gonna put Ellis up there because Ellis is the oldest Mike linebacker we got. Try to get a little bit younger there. Yeah. And then we're gonna do Ellis, and then we don't have a long snapper. I know they're gonna force me to get one. I'm probably gonna just move Jeremiah Trotter because he's his rating is lower. So I'll probably move Jeremiah Trotter to long snapper just so he's on the team but not, holding up a position. And then with the will linebacker, I would say we can do Ellis Wilson and see who steps forward. Cam Tyler Britt as a cornerback. Oh, Tyson Campbell. I know Tyson Campbell is pretty good. A lot of cornerbacks. Oh, JT Talamolua. I think I'm brutalizing that boy's last name. Wandell Robinson. Mike Robert Spielin. A lot of people were telling me he was pretty good. Last night the chat was telling me he's pretty good. Okay, Byron Murphy Jr. That's a really good one right there. Brogdon, thank you for the mics. Thank you for the mics. Charlie, thank you for the mics. Thank you, Brogdon, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. For me, it's between Robert Spielin and Byron Murphy Jr. Another good cornerback would be good because it is kind of hard to track them down when the season starts. But Spielin is 30. Well, Spielin's 30. He's been in the league 8 years. He has a play recognition of 94. That man is a monster. Let's see the Byron Murphy thing. Byron Murphy is pretty good, but I don't know if he's gonna beat Spielin's numbers. Oh my God, he has an 87 play recognition. I would rather go with the lineman because I feel like Robert Spielin from the Patriots would be a better outright player because Byron Murphy's very good, but I think that there's going to be some cornerbacks that come out. The only thing is I would try to get a better pick than just straight up with that. And then who do you have at wide receiver? Stephon Diggs? I mean, I doubt if you want to trade Diggs, but I'd take him if you traded him. Okay, we're pretty close. I have no picks to make that happen, so it would have to come from, say, what if I took Fields off? How close are we? Okay, so we're still there. For Stephon Diggs, I would say this guy's older and lower rated than Pat Queen, so I would throw him on there. Okay, so you would need somebody more active. Pat Queen doesn't really want to be here, so we can throw Pat on there. Okay, so if I put some more good players on there, you might be willing to roll with this, huh? Use a player you got to pick and throw it in. I got no pick. We are out of this year's picks. I got rid of all that to build the squad. 3 years worth of picks. I can start CJ Gardner-Johnson. Know he's going to be pretty good. What about Blackman? How long has Diggs been in the game? 11 years. Very good wide receiver. Top 6%. What's his motivation and tags? Historic championships. Head coach win percentage. Okay, so the head coach win percentage thing I know I can fix. My only concern is that with Diggs being 32 years old and 11 years in the game, that it might be one of them situations where he only goes like another year or two. But that year or two might be very good to have. But I would like to go younger. So let's go ahead and see if we can do this trade straight up with just those two. Oh, no. I was doing Justin Fields as well, right? Yeah, I was doing Justin Fields as well to clear some space. So let's go with maybe see if we can get a second in this year's draft. Okay. They want to hold on to a second. So let's see if we can do 3-4-4. Okay, let's see if we can do 3-4-5. 3-4. How about 3 lower 4? All right. And we got Mike Spillman at top, right? Young, my middle linebacker, and a third and a fourth in this year's draft for two people that, weren't really going to see the field like that. Okay, drop digs. Well, let's see also what the wide receivers are looking like. Young wide receivers. I would want Tutu, but not Tutu. I would want what's his name there? The boy from the Panthers. I'm blanking. Ah man, T-Mac. I would want T-Mac, but I highly doubt. I think T-Mac got boosted to superstar, correct? Yeah, T-Mac got boosted to superstar. He's one of the best players on, but he got dropped to an 83, so it's a possibility. They want a Mike linebacker for him. I'd throw you Pat Queen for him. Okay. You're looking for a cornerback, Newsom. T-Mac, one of those, like, you're going to have to come up off of a real... Dontel Thornton Jr. is cheap. I got Dontel already. I was just looking to see, was there any option to be able to possibly pick up T-Mac? I doubt that they would want to go along with it. Paris Johnson's a very good left tackle, but I would take the hit for T-Mac. Okay, not enough. Not enough. Doom. Not enough. David Njoku. Okay. Halfbacks. Not enough. Not enough. Okay, you know what? I actually don't have to really run for edge rusher because I have Sawyer. I probably need to focus on the edge rusher more than the wide receiver because there's going to be a lot of free agents after this draft that goes by. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Not enough. Boom, boom, boom. Not enough. Josh Hines Allen I attempted to trade for earlier and they didn't want to roll with it. Let's see. Okay. They're looking for a cornerback, left tackle. I would take a hit at left tackle to pick up Josh Hines Allen. Okay, so we're about halfway there. Josh is X Factor, ain't he? Oh, he got downgraded to superstar. Okay. Playoffs. Okay, that's cool though. Whoa. Hold on now. That person gotta go. We don't do that around here. Yeah, we don't do no scamming. We don't do no scamming around here, bro. Sorry, you up out of here. I would take a hit at left tackle to pick him up. And then let's do, say, Cody Barton. Okay. Where are we at without Cody Barton? Okay. What are you looking for? Tight ends? Okay. What about David Njoku? He's in his 30s. Okay, we're yellow. And then you're looking for left tackles. Already offering that. What about? Yeah, let's see if they take Barton and see how close we get. Okay, little light. Not enough. Not enough. What about Noel? Okay, so he is tradable. It's just about who you want to trade for him. What about, I don't know what they got on quarterback love, but what about Anthony Richardson? No. Okay. Let's see about Julian Blackman. Close, but no cigar. Put Greg Newsom on there and see what happens. No. Pat Queen don't want to be here anyway. Let's see if they roll with the Pat. No. Okay. Yeah, I might let him keep Josh Hines Allen. As I have other players. I have Trent Brown behind him. What about Braden Smith? If I had some picks, that probably would work. Oh, I have some picks. What about third? Put the fourth on there too to get an edge rusher to edge that up. I'll take all that. You can have the left tackle, Njoku, and the right tackle. All right, cool. That boosts the defenses even more. Defenses at 88, offenses at 89. Let's take a trip back since we're at 54. The roster is normally, I think, like 60 something or something like that. Let's take a little trip back to the free agency just to look around a little bit, see if we can replace some of the positions we moved. Wide receiver Tutu Atwell has a very big interest to come to the team. What's his release is really bad, right? His release is so bad that I'd have to work on that for a while. It means he can't get away from wide receivers. I mean cornerbacks. There's Brandon Cooks. Who's that in green? Jahan Dotson. He was pretty good. Okay. And then let's see, what's the other ones? Tight ends. What's the tight end room looking like? Austin Hooper. Okay. I just traded away some tackles. DJ Humphries. Okay, let's see what the lineman room is looking like. Oh, we got some 75s out there. Got a 72 center. Dalton Reisner. Okay, it's good to kind of scoop some of these guys up before they get traded. There's DJ Humphries. Let me see what DJ is like. 6'5", 307, 11 years in the game. Top 35. He will develop well. Let's go ahead and put an offer in for him. Let's go player friendly at the 10 million. And then let's do let's also look at, I mean, we got left guards, right? We're good at left guard. Yeah. We got 2 left guards. We don't need that. But I'm pretty sure I think I traded my right tackle as well, if I'm not mistaken. Wait. Yeah, we traded away the left tackle, right? Let me see. Yeah. We traded away the left tackle. We got a young boy behind him. I'll probably start him. And then for right tackles, Andrew Wyland. Where's the filter button at? Hold on. Okay. Let's see who else is out there. Edge rushers, we had already went through. There's Hassan Reddick. Oh, Joe. Joe's out there. And he has interest to come to the team. He's only 27 years old. 6'5", 259. Block shading's good. Acceleration's good. Motivation and tags, he likes both of them. So we're going to go ahead and put an offer in for Joe. And we'll also put a offer in for Hassan Reddick. That way we can come away from some of the linemen that we have that maybe, I mean linemen, some of the players that we have that maybe will not equal out. Hassan, play recognition, I'm not really worried about that. I'm just mainly bringing him in to rush the passer. But he will not develop that good because he doesn't have that much interest. I'm kind of combing this thing for players that have interest. D-tackle, I think we were good there last time I checked. Sam linebacker is Sayanoa. Sayanoa is actually pretty good as a run stopper. He's top 31, and he has interest to come to the team. So I'd put an offer in for him as well. Pick up some people while they're able to be picked up before they get scooped up. I know how good Hassan Reddick can be as a rusher, so even though he doesn't want to be here, we'll just put a team friendly, player friendly contract out there for him. See what he wants to do. And then at cornerback, let's see if there's anybody. Wait, who's that? Will? Cole Holcomb's still out there. Very good 30-year-old. Let's see what he got. Very good 30-year-old wide receiver. Will linebacker. Play recognition needs some help, but he got the speed and acceleration to play Will. I think we're good on Will, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see who we got. Yeah, we got JOK, Frank Louisville, and Ivan Pace, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't want to fill the team with a bunch of players that I'm going to have to trade anyway. Akeem Robertson. Akeem has interest to come to the team. And there is no other D. Alfred. Hold on, I'm glad I found him. He's a star. Let's see what D got. Man-to-mans. Okay. Play recognition, 73. Zone coverage, 76. Man coverage is 75. Motivation and tags. He likes a warm weather state. He likes, and then once I start winning, he'll like that as well. Let's go ahead and throw a. Wait, hold on. Let's go ahead and throw a contract offer in with him for player friendly. Not too much, but not too little. And then the top guy is Akeem Robertson. Akeem is very good. Play recognition, zone coverage, man coverage, all that. So let's go ahead and because there's 2 teams interested in him, let's go ahead and go very player friendly with him. And then I think those are the positions. I don't know if there's any long snappers out there. Oh, okay. There's some long snappers out there where I don't have to move Jeremiah Trotter to long snapper. He's 28 years old. I would do a very player-friendly contract with him to kind of lock him up for a while. And then I think those are all the positions that we need to move a couple of people around. Center is there any stars out there? Okay, hold up. We got David Andrews, but he's a 66. And then you have a bridge player who's 29 years old, Ben Powers. But I think I have Bento, right? I still have Bento. Yeah, Bento and Isaac Seimalu. Let's go with let's see, just always check the line. Dalton Reisner. Right guard, we have Wyatt Taylor and Al Jalir. So we wouldn't need him. Tight end. There is 30-year-olds. Any stars in this joint? No. Okay, who's this guy? Drew Sample. Okay. Halfbacks. There's Aaron Jones, Antonio Gibson, who's 28 years old, Kareem Hunt. Big fan of Kareem Hunt, but I think Kareem has gotten a little bit older, so I don't know if he hold on a second. Kareem has gotten a little bit older, so I don't know if he's gonna hold up the way he could eventually. Ty Johnson, I think he was a guy there before. Khalil Herbert. Elijah Mitchell. Okay, 29 years old, Elijah Mitchell. Not enough. I can go by interest. Okay, there's Chase Edmonds, who is a star or somebody that has interest. Okay, so there's Elijah Mitchell, who's 29 years old, who has a lot of interest to come to the team. He's a 73, so he looks like the standout to me. Yeah. Just to have depth at the position, just in case, we don't have, see, what he got? 91 acceleration, 88 speed. Motivation and tags would line up everything with us. One second. Boom, boom, boom. Stop killing me. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go with the Elijah Mitchell guy. Edmonds is nice, and then you got Miles. We got Miles Sanders. Miles, let's see what Miles got going on. Miles is not a star. Elijah Mitchell is a star, and Miles Sanders is also about to be 30. So I would say go with Devin Singletary's out there, but he's not gonna develop. That's the thing about it. You got to go by people that would develop. Miles Sanders has a lot of interest, but he's about to be 30. Is Elijah Mitchell? I'm trying to look for Elijah Mitchell's 29. Let's go player friendly. And let's see. And then those will be the guys we'll go after. And we'll see. And then also, let's go to the top 100 and change the interest and see who has the interest. McCall Hardman. Let's see what his McCall. Let's see. McCall Hardman. He is very bad on the release. Miles Sanders. You know what? I'd put an interest offer in with Miles too. You know, player friendly. And then we can make our mind up on who gets cut and who doesn't. Because we're, you know, this is depth pieces that you're adding, really. Let's see here. Tutu Atwell. Tutu actually needs to be taught release, to be honest. At 59, that's going to be a lot of a problem. But with him being a 75 and having so much motivation, we might be able to work something out. So let's go ahead and extend him an offer. His release might be able to be worked on. Like just getting so many reps, being 26 years old. And he has when you have a real big interest like that to come to the team, I have to at least give you an opportunity. Then there's Preston Smith. He's 33 years old. We're good on right edge right now. Strong safety, kicker, defensive tackle, right edge, cornerback, Darrell Baker. We have some guys that are over top of him. Leo Chenal Jr. I actually had Leo Chenal picked up before, so we're going to go ahead and put another offer in for him. I had him for a while. He was on the team before I moved to Hawaii. So let's go ahead and put an offer in for him too. This is a good space to kind of pick up some people without having to use, you know, keep flipping people type thing. Let's see here. Marquez Valdes-Scantling, just looking to see if there's any stars or superstars that we can scoop up. We are kind of in the lower interest. Okay. So we'll go, we'll go targeted. These are the people that we have targeted. Nobody's over top of us. So let's skip forward, see if did we get the people we wanted to get, or are we out of evaluations? Okay, I think we're out of evaluations, so we're gonna have to advance a week into next week and then see who signed and who didn't. Not enough. Not enough. Okay. Let's see the signed free agents period. And then targeted. Okay. Tutu Atwell didn't take his deal. But let's see if some of the people that we went after did. I forget who it was. We might have lost some of those people. Let me see. No, we got Akeem Robinson, the cornerback. I put an offer in for him. And then Hassan Reddick, we were able to pick him up. Joe, we were able to pick up Joe. Miles Sanders, Mrs. Chenal, Elijah Mitchell. I think we got everybody we put offers in for. Oh, yeah, and Sayanoa. Yeah, I think we got everybody we put offers in for. All right, cool. And then we don't need to cut anybody. And then as far as drafts go, we're pretty good on that. With picks, we have that's practice squad. We have no picks this year. If I wanted to move somebody to get at least in the first round, I could probably assemble, what do we have, 64? I could probably assemble wide receivers we're going to hold on to, tight ends, left guards, centers. I mean, I would say put Hassan Reddick up there, as he isn't normal. And let's do. Oh, I did get Josh Hines Allen. Okay, yeah, I thought I didn't get him at first. I was like, didn't I trade somebody for Hines Allen? And then let's do. Keep the linebackers. Don't really move any of them yet, because there may be a run on linebackers. Cornerbacks. Akeem Robinson is very high rated. I'm not gonna trade him. And then yeah, let's do what's Noel? Is he want to be here? Okay, he likes a warm weather state. He's a future starter. Let's see what we would get offered for him. The Cowboys have interest in both of these guys. So we're gonna go ahead and see if we can trade into at least the first or second round to at least have one pick to see how, or the third round. I'll take a third round for both these guys. Okay, they're looking for a strong safety. So if I was to say give them Julian Blackman and move forward with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Let's go third. All right. At least one pick. You should have at least one pick in every draft, you know. And I'll jump forward to, well, I'll see the top 5 and then jump forward to the third round. All right. That's enough of that there, boy. Next week. And then let's move forward again. Built the team up to 88 overall, 89 overall defense. Okay, that's a recap of free agency. Trade offers. We have trade offers for Spillman and Frank Louisville. Okay. I didn't put Frank Louisville on the trading block. What offers are you sending me for Frank? The right tackle, Haberson. Byron Murphy. Eric Stokes. Chuba Hubbard. Teron Arnold. James Conner. Frank Myers. Nah, nobody really like that. Offers for Frank Spillman. Frank is 30, but you would have to, you know, send me something major for him. Debo Samuel. Debo is interesting, but Debo ain't Debo no more. Rico Dowdle, but I have Saquon Barkley right now, so I don't need him. Gelato. Lad McConkey would be nice as a wide receiver. But I'm just not feeling that outright. And then we can skip the private workouts because we're drafting in like the third round. Oh, crap. I think I just skipped past the draft. Might just skip past the draft. Oh, no, there we are. We have the draft already. Okay. Let's start the NFL draft. And then let's see to this year's draft. Okay. We should at least see who's the first round pick and then who used my pick. Because the top 5 should be that right edge boy. And then the scrambler boy that was the quarterback, I don't really need him anymore. They're saying that he's a 3rd to 4th round guy, this guy right here. No, what was it? Holiday, right? DeMarcus Holiday. They're saying he's a 3rd or 4th round quarterback. I'll probably pick him up just to be on the right side of it. What team did you replace? The Cardinals. Is he going to be the right edge or is he going to be a quarterback? They're going to go right edge or they're going to go quarterback? I don't know who that guy is. They should tell you the position as he walks out, but they'll probably put it up there. If he has a 1, I'm assuming that's probably a quarterback. I could be wrong, but they always normally go 1 anyway. Peterman. Who is it? They went quarterback. Yeah, they didn't even go right edge. They went quarterback. The Eagles have my 3rd round pick, who I gave them for Tyler McBride. Did nobody take that right edge boy? That's crazy. Okay, there he is. He got taken. Now, who are the Eagles going to take at number 3? Seeing as how I have Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, AJ Brown, Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Hurts. Like, I'd be surprised if they don't take a quarterback to replace Jalen Hurts. Oh, I didn't see it. It said Pat Ross. I'm pretty sure that's probably like a quarterback or something like that. I would be shocked if they don't take a quarterback with the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. He was an edge rusher. Wow. Okay, let's I'm gonna move, while they're doing that, I'm gonna move around a little bit with this Eagles trade and see what they're looking for. They're looking for a quarterback, a defensive tackle. You have Smitty, but I don't know who you would, like if I was to say, okay, oh hold on. Mm.
They start off right until they start drinking, and then they get the
If you were willing to give me Smitty and Jordan Mailata and Zach Bond, Zach Bond's good, but I would say Jordan Mailata, Devontae Smith, and potentially, let's see. I'm not even going with first round picks. You guys can be going with Hayes. Hayes was a whatever he was. Jordan Mailata, Devontae Smith, and I know they're gonna want to hold the cornerbacks, but if you're willing to give me those two, and potentially your first round pick from this year, 23, I would give you Tyler McBride. I'd be willing to do that. What do you think? Okay. Tyler McBride, and what else are you looking for? They're looking for defensive tackles. How about Trent Brown? If I take the first off and say I put on, say, Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, I figured y'all wouldn't want to do that. But if y'all do straight up Devontae Smith and Jordan Mailata, which will help my line, I can see 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Straight up for, oh crap, they interrupted my trade. Smitty and Jordan Mailata for Tyler McBride. Tyler McBride's a great tight end. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure like Kyle Pitts can really develop if he's number 1. And then I believe I still have David Njoku. If I don't, I can always go veteran there. Tyler McBride was like the best player on the Cardinals. I'm not really looking to like have this incredible tight end but have a weak line. Straight up for Smitty and Jordan Mailata. Okay, so if I was to put, say, do I even have a pick this year? If I was to put my 3rd round pick with it, I am more than happy with that trade. You could have Tyler McBride and I take Smitty and Jordan Mailata all day of the week. I am out of this draft. And we saw the top 5. It's a nice mixture of a moved, relocated team, but you got a lot of players from the Eagles, where the players that they have, like Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, stuff like that, they're pretty good. They're really good. But you got the core of players that was there before them, like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Smitty, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, and you didn't have to, like, move the Eagles. So, we can skip ahead in the draft to the end. And then Tyler McBride's going to be a great tight end, but at the same time, I don't feel as though that man is worth, like, everything I've gotten for him. So, then there's going to be free agency where instead of having a battle teams, there's going to be a bunch of players that get released, put on the trade block, stuff like that. Look at all these people right here. Traded, boom. Garrett Wilson joins the Chiefs as the trade is finalized. Okay. Jeremy Chin Joins the Jets. Wow, the Jets traded for Jeremy Chin during the draft. We got trade offers for Spillman, Frank Louisville, Wyatt Taylor, and Isaac Seumalo. Okay, let's see what we got for Isaac Seumalo. Halfbacks, Quincy Riley. Okay. Daron Payne, Daron Porter. See, this is when it's going to start flooding in now because they got all them players they picked up. Azir Thomas. Azir Thomas is pretty good, but Isaac Seumalo is more powerful as a lineman. Chris Godwin's pretty nice. Landon. See, this is when it's going to start flooding in now. After the draft. Wyatt Taylor. Wyatt's about 31 years old. Just looking through to make sure we're not overlooking. He used to be a star, Emery Jones, but I think he got hurt in real life and they downgraded him. Jair Alexander. Okay. Landon. All right. Frank Louisville. Let's see what we get for Frank. Romeo Dobbs. I could bring Romeo Dobbs back for Frank Louisville. Zaire Franklin. Murphy. Daron Porter. Tayron Arnold. James Conner, but we have Saquon Barkley. We don't need him. I would say for Frank Louisville, I think I am going to take the Romeo. Well, let me see what the wide receiver room look like first. What's that wide receiver room look like before? Because, I mean, we got dogs now. We got Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Marvin Harrison Jr. Murphy is a low-key win trade. Byron Murphy Jr. LaVisca Chenault didn't. Yeah, I don't think we need what's his name? I don't think we need Romeo Dobbs. Who you said? You said Murphy is a low-key win? Yeah, that's true. He's a good defensive tackle. I just have so many defensive tackles, I don't think I need him. And then there's offers for Spillman. A lot of people have been asking about Spillman, man. Romeo Dobbs, Isaiah Rogers Jr. Ooh, Talisa Fuga. You know, I'm gonna take a run at him outright and see if I can make that trade happen without giving up. What's his name? Romeo Dobbs. We would need him. Okay. Makuba. I'm gonna trade Makuba, huh? I'm not surprised. They probably drafted a safety or something like that. Najee Harris is being traded. Spillman, I think, is a very good lineman like that. But I did see somebody, the right tackle from the Saints, that they offered up. If they're willing to trade their right tackle, I would be willing to put up a player for him. So let's go over there and see. Is he no longer like the starting right tackle or something? No, he's not. Okay, so what if I wanted to trade for your right tackle and your center? Would you be willing to do that? You're looking for quarterbacks. Let's see. What do I have that I can offer you? Gonna have to look up tight ends too. I don't know who this guy is. Trade him. And let's say Bento. Okay, no interest there, which is understandable. Got some good edge rushers. Josh Hines Allen over there. How long has Spillman been in the game? 8 years. Target veteran. Ooh. He's good, but he might get moved. Spillman, is he going to develop? Does he really want to be here? He's just here for the highest value offer. He's a trade target. For a good center and a good right tackle, I would trade Spillman. They're not with it, though. It could be because of the rookie. So let's see what they would be willing to do for the rookie. Would they trade the rookie? Because they want Julian Blackman. Yeah, we can do that. To have a young... Wait. Before we do this trade, let me see what this dude's... what you call it is. Let me see what his abilities are. Okay, he's power. He's rated as a top 19 right tackle in the business. Historic championships, scheme fit. It'll be a little hard for me to develop him, but at the same time, I do like his ability. Who do we have at right tackle right now? And then they want Julian Blackman for him. I would try to push them more in the line of, say, I would say somebody like maybe Sherwood, because he can't go to the practice squad, right? He has to play. I would say Sherwood. See if we can get him for Sherwood. All right. And then we were able to keep Smilden. I'm cool with that. And then also as well, there was somebody else I'm trying to think of. Center wise, I wanted to look around a little bit. Our center's okay. He's like he's an 81. He's very good. But I wanted to see if there was anybody else that Eric McCoy is like one of the best centers in the business. But then our center, he plays for the Eagles now. He's 30 years old as well. They might trade him. He was one of the trades that I made. Let's see if they would trade him. Boom, boom, boom. Not enough. Boom, boom, boom. Not enough. He's a trade target veteran, and he's only 3 points better than than Pat Queen. I would do it straight up. Okay. So if I put another person with it, y'all can have the cornerback. Y'all can have D Ford. Okay. And then also let's do because you're not gonna be able to keep everybody. So let's do Sayanoa. He was a free agent. Okay. Do we have any 7s or anything like that? Did they give us the new picks yet? No? Okay, so we're gonna have to not do Sayanoa and do do this guy, the left tackle. All right. So Spillman, the cornerback, got me back to 84 center, who's very good, who's going to upgrade the line and help the run. He is literally rated as, let me see. He is rated as the number 8 center in the league, top 10 center in the NFL, which is very good. We were able to move Spillman. He's about 30 years old. He didn't really want to be here. I don't think he would develop the way we wanted to anyway. And then we have other middle linebackers. And then I can also come a call in for some other players from the Eagles since, they're willing to restructure. I think they're going into like not rebuild mode, but I think they're taking on a lot of players and stuff. Quinyon Mitchell, I would say Quinyon Mitchell, they can keep Spillman. Somebody like Jahad Campbell. And possibly, if I could, I would say Cooper DeJean. They're looking for wide receivers, halfbacks. Some of the best players I have on the team would be boom, boom, doo. Not enough. Doo, doo, doo. Not enough. In the 90 category to make something like that happen, I would say your best bet is probably Josh Hines Allen. Really? It depends on how much they value all the players. Okay, Josh got us halfway. Now Josh is my secret weapon on edge, so I don't really know if I want to go that route. I know they wouldn't want to do it for Bento. Okay. What about for Leo Chanel? He's the best Sam linebacker in the business. Okay. Let's take off Quinyon and Coop because they're the top guys. What would you want for Jahad Campbell? How about for Jahad? How about Tutu? No? Okay. For Jahad, I'd be willing to do how about Dennis? No interest there. Okay. I could take a step down and do Greg Newsome for Jahad Campbell. Okay. I think because he's now the starting middle linebacker, they don't actually want to move him like that. What about Amik? No. Okay. Which is understandable. Julian Blackman. Okay. So they are probably going to hold on to the remaining young core that they have, which is cool with me. And then there's Spillman. We can go ahead and turn that down. Oh, And then Spillman, before he gets settled into the team, because he's not actually, what do you call it? He's not actually that, important to them. I would say, let's take a swing at him with, say, what are the wide receivers? Okay, so Tutu Atwell made it work. And then let's go with Tutu Atwell and I would say Tutu Atwell and Tutu Atwell and let's go with the ball Derek as a superstar. Okay, hold on to Derek. It didn't move it as much as I wanted to. Sayano. Sayano got it back up to yellow, and then we would just need somebody to kind of push it across the field. I would say go with Amik because he's normal. Okay. Keep Amik and go with Greg Newsome. All right, and we got Mike back as a Mike linebacker. That works better than any other cornerback. And yeah, I like the way the trades went down. Frank Louisville. Let's see what they were offering for Frank before we go ahead and move past it. Romeo Dobbs, that defensive tackle, young boy. Dayron Porter. I think I'm gonna check out Dayron Porter and see because I had him at one point and he was developing pretty nice, but there was something about him. I think his like play recognition is bad or something. Like, let me see. Oh, you can't check it out. Let me hit this. No. Oh, you can't even counter that. I'd hold on to Frank. Wyatt Taylor. Let's see what they're offering for Wyatt. Diggs, Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs is pretty nice. 28 years old. Good cornerback. Because solidify the room a little bit more. Jair Alexander. Linemen are going to be pretty hard to find nowadays now that we're out the draft. So, Isaac Malo as well. He would be really hard to replace. I would need somebody that's like, okay, we upgraded it at that position. Daron Payne at 84 defensive tackle, but I think we have a good amount of defensive tackles. Trayvon Diggs. These players that they're trying to move a lot of times are going to be able to be moved regardless. Like when cut day comes, this is that kind of stuff where you hear, if the player's not traded, you're going to be, are you able to get on some 2K? No, I'm not. It's about 4:10. I'm going to be shutting this off around 5 or so and going out the door. Okay, so that was draft recap. We got the team up to 89, and that's not including what may actually happen over the offseason. There's going to be a lot of drafts there's going to be a lot of trades, releases, and things like that. Okay. All right, the team is up to 88, 89, and 88. Okay, we have a whole slew of trade offers. Spillman, Frank Louisville, Wyatt Taylor, Isaiah, Spillman again, Wyatt Taylor, Isaiah, Spillman. Yeah, that shows you how important them guys are when they just flying in with the trades. Storyline, position battle. Okay, let's see what the position battle is.
Some turmoil threatens their roster in the early season.
What turmoil?
Has been made for a top spot on the depth chart.
Okay.
Competition breeds success, but coaches will decide how far the competition goes.
SR Media, surprised you're not in pads. What's got you in practice? Shadari Sanders, before we get to it, I wanted to talk about my place on the depth chart. Okay? I really believe I can be the next leader of this franchise. Not a chance in hell. I'd like to take the chance this week. I'd like a chance to start this year. What do you think? You're not ready. While I love the initiative, you're just not ready. Keep putting in the work. You never know when that day may come. Not even a look. I can be that guy, a true leader. I hope you'll see that soon. I'll be starting one day. That's a promise. Okay, Shadari's already starting off as a problem. So we're going to go ahead and get him out of town. Heard you had a visitor today. Just want to say thanks. Ready to do great things this year. Oh, okay, I see you. A little concerned how you knew that. Aside, you're our starter for a reason. We believe you have what it takes to command this team. Season has begun, and let's get to it. Okay, so basically both quarterbacks are tripping. Both these quarterbacks are tripping, so we're going to go to free agency, see what quarterback is out there. Both quarterbacks are losing their minds. Big Carson. What? Big Winsadelphia. Get on this team, Big Winsadelphia. It's Big Winsadelphia right there. What? And we're going to trade Shadari and you've been stacking camp console abilities. Oh, I didn't even go past the first week. Geno Smith. Not so much with Geno. Let's see who else is out there. Is what's his name still out there? Damn, I forget his name. Marcus Mariota. Both of them dudes are tripping. Talking about he heard I had a visitor. All right, so let's get the depth chart together so that way we don't make any mistakes here. Anthony Richardson is not the starter of this team. Neither is Shadari Sanders. Both of them are going to be gone. Saquon Barkley, move him up. Built an amazing squad. Okay. All right, and then we got Elijah Mitchell. Wait, can he not come in? Is he injured or something? Okay, there's Miles Sanders. And then let's do Elijah Mitchell at 4. Okay. And then fullback is Patrick Ricard. Wide receiver is going to be bring Big Smitty in. Okay, Smitty is going to be number 2. Actually, Smitty's going to be number 1, so that way AJ can move around. And then we're going to have all the other boys running along with him. Chanel ahead of Thornton. Okay, and then tight end is only so far Kyle Pitts. We're going to have to look. And you know what? I need to go to... Well, I'll look into a trade once we get the depth chart together. Do you have cap room on? Cap is off. Left tackle is going to be Jordan Mailata. Now that we got Big Mailata in the building. And then left guard. Wait. Did I put the other left tackle behind him? Okay. Left guard is going to be Bento and Seimalu. Center is going to be... We got our center back that I traded away. He's going to be the starter. Right guard is going to be Tucker and Tyler. Right tackle is going to be... I don't think I got a new one. Oh, yeah. Hufunga. Not Hufunga. I said Hufunga. We're going to let him start. He's a future starter. We're going to let him start to get some reps. Left edge is Crosby McDonald. Right edge is going to be Josh Hines Allen and Josh Sweat. And then behind them is going to be somebody that can actually give me Sawyer so far right now, just to see how it shakes out. Defensive tackles is all the boys. Everybody lined up, ready to go. Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan, and Hall. Sam is going to be Leo Chanel starting with Tutu behind him and Derek behind him. Dennis. Excuse me, Dennis behind him. Mike is going to be Spillman. We have Spillman back. Pat, and then Dean and Cart and Cody. Will is going to be all the boys. I think we have another Will in here. That's going to be Ivan Pace. Ivan Pace is going to be starting there. Cornerbacks is going to be all the guys we have. I don't think we have any other hangovers, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Free safety is Reed Blankenship and other guys. Strong safety is going to be Julian Blackman and CJ Gardner-Johnson. Punter is going to be Ryan Stonehouse. And third down running back, of course, is going to be, now that we have a hitter, is going to be Saquon Barkley. Okay. And then power halfback is going to be Saquon Barkley. And then Elijah Mitchell. No, it's going to be Tank Bigsby. Okay, Tank Bigsby. And then Elijah Mitchell. Slot wide receiver is going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. with Big DK behind him. Well, actually, put Big DK in the slot with Marvin behind him. And then put Thornton in there. Or put Laviscus Chanel Jr. in there. Rush left edge is going to be Crosby and the boys. Rush right edge is going to be Josh Sweat, but we also have Hines Allen now, so it's going to be Allen over Sweat. And then put Jeremiah Trotter in there to get him some reps. Rush defensive tackle needs to be speed, so it's going to be Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis. Jalen Carter over Jordan Davis. Over Vita Vea, and then Jordan Davis behind him. Nose tackle is going to be Vita, Davis, Carter. Yeah, that'll be the guys. Sub linebacker is going to be, give me Spillinen over top of JOK. And give me Pat Queen. And then slot cornerback is Murphy Jr. And then Reed Blankenship. Reed Blankenship can help on the corner. Okay. Now, we are going to be looking at the trade center to see what's out there before we actually move. Okay, Willis is out there. Trade target, veteran young. Spencer Rattler. Jalen Milroe. He's actually the young boy he has a 93 speed, 93 acceleration. I say with the way Shadari Sanders approached me, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can trade Shadari Sanders for him. See if we can work out a pick. Second. Okay. Third. Okay, trying to work some picks out here. Fourth. Okay, coming down to, say, a fifth. Late round fifth. Sixth. No picks. And we got Milroe. Sanders now plays for the what's the names? The Seahawks. And then Malik Willis is also available to be traded for. He has very good speed, good arm. His motivations, some of them would line up. We would have the warm weather state, and I would start winning eventually. So let's do Malik Willis and see if we can do Malik Willis for, say, Anthony Richardson. Okay, and then we're also going to do, let's hold off on getting rid of Miles Sanders right now. Let's hold on to Richardson. Let's see, like Anthony Richardson. Let's hold on to Richardson. Let's not get rid of him yet. What's the name was the one that approached me kind of weird. Halfbacks, okay. A lot of guys. Well, I mainly need tight ends, so I'm looking to see who you got out there. Josh Oliver, okay. Josh will make a nice. Let me see what he got. Josh would make a pretty good. Well, he can't really run the routes like that. I know there's Cole Kmet. I'm trying to think of tight ends, but I would rather work through free agency. That way, I don't have to get rid of it because I kind of got the roster set the way I want to. So, who do you have at tight end? Mo Alley Cox. I'm looking for youth. Foster Monroe. Okay. Foster Monroe's a normal. He can really run the routes. Catching is good. He has a little bit of run block to him. Motivation and tags. Won't really line up with us. Alex Cooper has been around 10 years. He's a 73. He's a possession as well. He can run the routes a little bit better. He likes the warm weather state, so he'll probably develop better. We're going to have to get young at that position eventually. Harrison Bryant, vertical threat, which I actually like better. That means that, okay, he should run routes a little bit better than the other guy. Highest value offer, so he wants to be paid out. Let's sign him up. Let's pick him up. That way we kind of have some insurance policies that we have some good tight ends without having to go into the draft or trade for them. And then this bull, Molly Cox has been around a while. I've heard of him before. Let me see what he got. His deep routes better than the other guy. He's a 69. Spectacular catch is good. He likes the scheme fit. So we're going to go with Mo Alley Cox. He'll be the third tight end because Kyle Pitts is number 1. Okay. And then let's see who else was. not who else was left, but let's see who else was out there. Andrew Pearson, bridge player. A lot of players sometimes get released after the draft. Ben Birch, normal. Okay, we're pretty good on the line, so you would have to be really good to replace the line. Nick Gates. We got our center back, so I don't think we need to go that route. Dalton Reisner. Dalton Reisner was actually somebody that I was looking at to have on the team, period. I'm going to bring him in and just because he's that good as a lineman, I don't want to leave him out there and then, he can't make it happen. Right tackle, George Fant. Okay, we're good there. Sam Mbuke. Okay, Dalton Fowler. Let's see is Sam a star? No, he's normal. Samson. No, we're good there. Okay, another D tackle, Michael Hurst. Okay. Right edge, Leonard Floyd. He's been around a good minute. Preston Smith also has been around for a good while. Sam. No Sams. Mike. Not really that many Mikes. That's why I was holding on to the lineman I had. Joel. I remember Joel. Joel's a normal. Or they downgraded him. Jose used to be a really good lineman. But I'm still gonna pick him up. Players like that, you could maybe coach up. The cornerback room. Brandon Eccles, 75. Okay, let me see what he got. He has pretty good ability. And I do need a backup lineman. I do need a backup cornerback. So that's a pretty good pickup right there. And then 28-year-old Darrell Baker. He is also pretty good. Pretty good play recognition. Motivation and tags. 2 out of 3. So we might be able to work something out with him where we're able to, he's only been in the league 4 years and he's already a 74. So we might be able to work something out with him eventually. Cameron Sutton. Isn't that the guy I had for a while? They didn't let him go already. Uge Omande, I think is how you say his name. We're going to pick him up as well. Cornerbacks like this can be developed to go from 4th and 5th quarterbacks to being like number 2 and 3s. Oh, wait. Witherspoon. I know the name, but I know the name, but I'm wondering, is it the same one? 31. He is very good, actually. Okay, we're going to pick him up as well. Cornerbacks, like I said, the linemen are running short, and so are cornerbacks. Mike Epps. Mike Epps is really good, but we're good at free safety. And then there's Tony Jefferson, who didn't get signed through free agency. I was actually trying to pick him up in free agency, but he turned down my contract. So we're going to pick him up. We might end up using him. We might end up using him as trade bait. We'll see what happens. And then I think I got a long snapper, but I'm not sure. So we're going to go to top 100. We're going to see practice squad eligible to start building a practice squad. Veely, we're going to bring him in to be a practice squad wide receiver. Jawai Jordan. Let's see, as long as he's fast. Okay, he's fast. We're going to bring him in to go to the practice squad as well. We have 3 more positions left, so let's try to see if we can find some linemen in here. Wait, who's this? Dalvin Flowers, rookie. They released him right off the bat? Oh, they released him because he's slow. He has 67 speed and 61 finesse. They already have him rated as a 32 defensive tackle. He has mad strength. Block shedding is okay. Play recognition is pretty good. As a rookie, I wouldn't mind putting him on the practice squad just to see if what you can get. 6'4", 331. I think that'd be a pretty good position. And then more wide receivers. There's another defensive tackle, Rodney Mobley. He's probably gonna be slow as well. Yeah, he is. Play recognition's bad. Let's see, Thrash, punter. So the top level guys is a kicker. I think we should have a kicker on the practice squad myself because, to be honest, if something happens to Jake Elliott, we're going to be screwed throughout the year. We have one more open position. Let's see if we can find a lineman or at least a serviceable lineman. 67, 62, 66. Let's do, what about edge rushers? Okay, linemen. Any good linemen out there that can go to the practice squad? Not really. Cornerbacks. Okay, there's a rookie cornerback who's a 68. Irwin, who's a star. Okay. Man coverage is very good. Zone coverage could lose a little bit. Play recognition is very low, so he'll get lost in the play. I would say tight ends, really. Maybe we can develop a tight end, Tanner. Let's see what he got. Tanner needs to learn how to run a deep route, but he can catch and he can run and he does have speed. So we're going to bring him on, and then they will all go to the practice squad. Yes, this is franchise. All right, so the roster's full, and then we'll drop our players who we want to the practice squad, and then we'll move on. The trade offers for all the people is really for the same guys we decided we're not going to trade. And the depth chart is set, so let's do the coach interview now.
The dawn of a new season brings the dawn of a new era for this franchise. There's a new coach in charge, tasked with guiding this team to the peak of the NFL. For someone with dreams of reaching Canton, this first day and their first interview will set the stage for a career to come.
Coach, given your offensive background, what area of the unit do you think you'll have the biggest impact? I want to say quarterback. I feel like Jalen Hurts is going to have a great year. It all starts with the quarterback, and I've been working a lot with them already. Moving to more off the field, what areas have you emphasized as needing to be a big focus? I would say player development. I think we need to develop. We have to develop players, plain and simple. Great teams have great players. Which part of the offense will you be focused on developing the most? Quarterbacks. If you don't have a QB, you won't be successful. So a lot of my attention so far has been on the quarterback. Last question, Coach. What will separate you from other coaches in the league? Innovative play calling. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve, and I think you'll see us run some unique things on offense and defense. Thanks for everything. I'm really excited for the year, and go Golden Eagles. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we're in preseason. All right, so we're going to skip past the first week of preseason. See if we won that first game. All right, went from level 3. Okay. Unlocked a new play sheet, which is good. Got 29 points. Staff improvement. Speak with your defensive coordinator. Okay. Jonathan Gannon or Ortega? Off-season with the line went even better than expected. Okay. The techniques and timings we dialed in is going to cause havoc in the backfield. All right. I can't wait to see the techniques in real game action. Sounds like you made a breakthrough. I had a lot to learn about my impact on schemes as a group. We made that necessary growth. That's at the heart of being a real leader. Great work, coach. Okay. What did the team come in as? We won. The team is coming in as, okay. Who's hurt? Jordan Mailata has an abdominal tear. He'll be out 2 to 4 weeks. Okay, well, we'll get him back eventually. We have some upgrade players available.
The players on your team earn some XP. Quickly upgrade your team at the end of each
Let's
game.
do Anthony Richardson. I know his scramble's good and all that, but let's put this on let's do field general. His morale is up, so we'll do field general for 1. And then the other one we'll do strong arm. I'm willing to pay him to be behind Jalen Hurts. Okay, Connor McGarwin, our center. If he's a pass protector, let him be a pass protector. Let him do his thing. Will Johnson, the cornerback. He needs help on neither one, really. He can be pretty good. If he's good at zone, let him be good at zone. But I would say help his man coverage better. Man to man is something that, if he can't hold down the man position, he's going to get hurt. Miles Sanders is getting better. Let's put this on elusive. He's now up to 74, which will help going into the season when we get to the cut window to see who's going to be traded and who's not. Dalvin Flowers, our defensive tackle. If he's a nose tackle, let him be a nose tackle. I think that's the rookie boy I picked up, if I'm not mistaken. For him to be for him to get reps already is very good, Okay. So then let's go to Coach Central and let's go to abilities. And let's stack that camp mini abilities with the defensive coordinator. We needed 60 to go to the next one. For me, let's go abilities. And let's go. Let's increase the training of the quarterback. The better he gets, the better the team gets. And then we'll come back and look at some play sheets next week. Trade offers for Taylor and McGowan. Okay. What are they offering for Connor? Cooper Kupp. Cooper is like 33 years old. Nothing against him. He's good and everything, but Isaac Tesla. I might be willing to do that. Jacoby Myers. Paul Abdul. Makuba. They keep offering Makuba, so I think I can probably get Makuba for a straight up trade. Isaiah Tesla, let me go. Can you counter it, or can I at least see it? No? Okay, so let's go to the Lions and see how. First off, if I traded Connor, who would be the starting center? The guy we have? Okay. Let me see what Tesla looks like from the Lions, like how he actually bangs. He is 24 years old, 73, star, slot wide receiver, very good release, rush, all that sorts of stuff. Deep route needs a little bit more work. He wants a franchise quarterback in a big market. We would have a franchise quarterback with Jalen Hurts. And I don't have a problem bringing him in for a center. And I think that trade's not going to be there later on. So let's go with that trade and see what else they're offering. They're also offering a 6th and a 7th. Yeah, I'll take that. Done deal. Okay. And now that and then let's see this trade block. They're saying that Malik Hooker is on the trade block from, I guess, the Cowboys or something. Oh, yeah. This guy, Darnell Washington, is 6'7" tight end. I wouldn't mind having him on the team. Let's see if we could trade maybe like 2 or 1 of the tight ends we have. Let's go with Jordan Mailata's hurt. We have Dalton Reisner. Trade you Dalton Reisner. Okay, we're almost there. Let's do no, hold on to Joe. Let's do I have some cornerbacks that I picked up. Let's go Uge. All right. And I got the 6'7" tight end that was a monster this year. Do you think CeeDee Lamb is a top 3 wide receiver? If not, why? Give me your top 3. I wouldn't say that. Okay, you're asking me basically a loaded question. CeeDee Lamb is a very good wide receiver, but wide receivers are attached to a quarterback. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit up here and tell you who's my top three because, as you can see, I'm an Eagles fan, so I'm going to be biased against that. But I do think he is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Like, let's not disrespect the guy and make it seem like he's not good, you know? I'm not going to do that. Trade accepted. Okay, which is good. Okay, let's move on to next week because you're going to get more offers. Malik Hooker, I don't know what Malik Hooker is. He might have got traded. I'm not sure. Okay, we went up some points. Got some abilities, which is good. Dang, Zach Charbonnet went to the Seahawks. Coleman is on the trade block. Okay. We have another injury. Who else got hurt? Jalen Carter has a dislocated hip and will be out 5 to 9 weeks. Okay. I think my trainer is trash. I don't know what his abilities are, but I need him to stop getting people hurt, bro. You're getting hurt in practices and stuff like that. I need you to stop getting people hurt, bro. Like, they're hitting us hard with injuries. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah, so Shadari was traded, I think, to the Eagles or something like that. Jalen Milroe was brought in. What's his motivation and tags? Okay, so he's similar to the same way as Shadari. So if they're both going to act the same, I might as well just bring Shadari back. Let me see. What's he play for the Seahawks now or something? I forget where I got him from. Yeah, Shadari. They're looking for tight ends. I have the one tight end, so we can do Mo Alley Cox. Okay, let's do, oh, I have a cornerback that I know I can do away with. What about Baker? Okay, those 3 players away for Shadari makes sense. And then, who was, what do you call it? Malik Hooker. Isn't he like a safety or something? Shanker. Future starter. Okay. Malik Hooker. Yeah, free safety. Okay. That's different. Michael Carter. Bunch of guys. Okay. Tabby. Oh, Tabby's up for trade. I'm probably gonna come back for him. Error. Welcome to the 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream. So you're looking to trade Sewell and Tabby? Okay. I probably will come back for both of them. Take a run at them and see what's up. Gelato. I might make a run at him as well. This is what I meant by basically after the draft, there was going to be a lot of players that start getting traded because they have young guys they probably drafted that are better. The Lions are now trading their center because I sent them a center. So we can maybe move some people around. Tight ends. Oliver is still out there. Might take a run at him. Yeah, okay, so the number one person I would say that you need to take a run at would be Tabby as a will linebacker. He is very good. Play recognition is very good. Motivation and tags. Warm weather state, which we'll have, and historic championships will start winning after a while. So let's go with Tabby. Let's see. Let's do Jair Jordan and see how close we are. Okay, we didn't even have to do anything. We just went with Jordan, which is good. Donovan, welcome to the 51 Dynasties community. Welcome to one of the best online communities available today, where you are also appreciated. Thank you for your support and welcome into the group. I hope you're enjoying the stream, man. With John Oliver, let's see. Once again, let's see who we can move for John Oliver. Elijah Mitchell is the same as Miles Sanders, but I know Miles Sanders more than I know Elijah Mitchell. So let's see if we can get Oliver for Mitchell. Okay, that was an even one-up trade. That's very good. Able to improve the tight end room without having to give up too much. Perfect time of year to be making these sorts of trades. Got to keep an eye on the trade block. Okay, then there was Noel. who I believe can be a good lineman eventually. Let's see who else we have that we can work out. Thornton, Chanel, Beasley. Beasley's going to the practice squad, so I'm not going to trade him. I could do Mo Alley Cox, but I don't know if they would run with that. Okay, we're halfway there with Mo Alley Cox. I would say I can see going with, I can see going with Joel. He's about 31, 72. I'd take a younger back over him, but wait, there's more. Hold on. How about like a 3rd round pick or something? Can I get a pick with this? Probably can't get a pick. Drop it down to a 4th. If you can't get a 4th, it's going to be between 5 and 7. Probably more of like a 6, 7 type thing. Okay, so it'll be like a 7th round pick. But a pick's a pick. I'll take it. You never know where I can use it later on. Okay, they don't want the pick. I'll take the straight up trade. All right. And we got Penny Sewell's brother from the draft, from the trade block as well, which is very good. We can develop him up. Okay, and then there was another person in here I had saw on the way passing. I think it was Gilletto, right? The ball from the Chiefs. Okay, they're looking for a cornerback. Witherspoon's 31, and they're about the same range. I could see doing him because I could pick another one up from, okay. I kind of figured that they were going to want to, get a really big payback for Witherspoon. They're looking for a free safety. I could see doing Tony Jefferson because I have Blackman who's also as good as him. But if I do Tony Jefferson, I'm going to need some sort of like pick or something like that because Tony Jefferson is way better than Gilletto. Okay, let's do a 4th. Let's do a 5th or 2 5ths. And then if you can't get the 5ths, then we'll just do 6 and 7s and things like that. Okay, let's try for the last 5th. If not, we'll go 6 and 7. Okay, and then y'all can have Tony Jefferson, and I can get a right edge rusher and keep the edge nice and young. Okay, they might do a 7th. If they don't do the 7th, then we can do, or what about 2 7s, seeing as how y'all are getting a better player. All right, your late 7. No pick, straight up. Okay. I'm not willing to go that far for a player that I've never seen on the field myself. Bryce Huff, not so much. Sam is good. We just picked up the guy we wanted from Sam. No Mike linebackers to speak of. No Wills to speak of. Cornerbacks. No. Oh, wait, who's this? Emmanuel Forbes Jr. Okay. Man-to-man. Pretty good. Can't tackle to save his life, but pretty good. What's the motivations? Franchise quarterback, which we'll have. Hawaii, I think, is classified as a big market. Okay, I like the sound of that. As a cornerback, I like the sound of that. And then they're saying we need guards and all that stuff. I don't think we need that. So let's see if we can trade Tony Jefferson and a straight up for this guy. He's a little bit higher than him, so let's see if we can work out, like, say, a pick or something. Always try to throw a pick in there. Okay, so if the 2nd is that high out, we might as well drop it down to a 4th. Okay, no picks outright. Okay, let's see if there's any trade offers for Jefferson. It's not. Okay, so we'll hold him for another week. Upgrades. 1 second while I run to the restroom. All right, so Tank is getting better, like I knew he would. Let's put this on elusive. My man Tank. Big Tank Bigsby. Okay. And then who else? Our right tackle, he's getting better. Starting out the pod. No. Let's go and get it. Let's put this on power. That's what's up. That's what's up. He's getting better and better. He is rated as the number 19th right tackle in the league. So that was a very good trade to get a top 20 right tackle. We made a lot of good trades. Asante Samuel Jr. What's his motivation in tags? Does he want to be here? That's surprising. Normally he always has like a problem where he goes, but I like the fact that he's getting better. Let's put this on. What's his man-to-man look like? He has very good abilities outright. I would say his man-to-man coverage needs to come up a little bit. So let's put this on man-to-man. I know I may not, jump him to 77, but I'd like to develop his man-to-man coverage. He's a definite hold to the team. Some people I already know are not going to be here, but he's a definite hold. More trades for Frank Louisville. Let's see. Romeo Dobbs. Okay. Quinnen Williams, the 77 will linebacker who's 30 years old. So you want me to basically downgrade at will linebacker for some picks. Davon Porter, Chuba Hubbard, Darius Alexander, James Conner, John Franklin Myers. Okay. Trent Brown. Okay, that's surprising. People are coming after the Adoree Jackson. Okay. Grady Jarrett, the defensive tackle they just traded for, they're willing to trade me. Michael Carter II. And Grover Stewart. I'm pretty good on defensive tackle so far, but we can entertain all trades. It's the offseason, see who offers what. Nashawn Wright for Wyatt Taylor, no. Jair Tolbert. Azir Thomas. Now, would I trade Azir Thomas for Wyatt Taylor? Maybe. I'm going to go look at Azir Thomas because he was downgraded. And I'm going to see what his abilities are now. So let's see what Azir Thomas. Because I had him back when the Jets had him as like a superstar, but I think he got downgraded to star or something like that. He is a star. He has very good zone coverage, man coverage, play recognition. He is the number 108 quarterback, though. His motivation and tags would be team as franchise quarterback, which we have, and we would have a warm weather state. So he would develop well. But I think I can get him without actually giving up Taylor. So let's see if we can. Seeing as how they keep throwing that trade at me every other 5 seconds. I would say let's go with let's throw on Bryant and see if we can get him with Bryant. We can't. Okay. Let's move on and see where else do we have some people that we can maybe work something out. What about Jack? Will Jack develop well over here? He likes a scheme fit. He'll work well in the practice squad. Maybe we do need another defensive tackle hitter because with Jalen Carter being hurt, we still have Jordan Davis and Vita Vea, so we'll be pretty good until then. We have a lot of linebackers. That's gonna have to be a decision made there. Witherspoon. I can see Witherspoon for Thomas. Okay. Witherspoon got us about halfway there. And then let's do Tony Jefferson. Okay. Do I have access to next year's picks? Yes, we do. I don't know if I want to use anybody's picks because this is like a whole set of picks that I don't know what I want to use them on, and I have the strong draft class on. What are they looking for? They're looking for wide receivers. How about, even though I picked Veely up out of the practice squad, so it's cool with me. You might be able to throw like a 6 with this to get it to work, and then pick up Thomas as a star. What about a 6 this year and a 7th next year? Because we're gonna have to make space eventually anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. Let's do 6. And 2 6s and a 7th. 7s don't really go anywhere, so I'm cool with that. All right, and we got Thomas. I know Thomas is going to develop well as a cornerback, and it's only going to help us more. Now, before the season gets started as well, I want to take a run at let's see how high rated he is on the team nowadays. I want to take a run at Ed Oliver. Ed Oliver is one of the best, what I've seen, power speed rushers in the game. They are looking for a will side linebacker. I don't know if I have any wills I'm willing to. I don't know if I have any wills I'm willing to move just yet. I would be. Let me see what. Okay, Dennis is a superstar. I'm not gonna move him. They're looking for a defensive tackle themselves. How about Joe? Joe was a free agent. No, okay. They're looking for a wide receiver. I can do Chanel, but I don't know if y'all would feel that, how strong y'all would feel about him. For Ed Oliver to have a speed defensive tackle, I would be willing to give you a third or a second for him. Let's see, second next year in 29. Okay, so a second round pick in 2029, and let's say let's call it second round pick in 2029 and Joe. Okay, I'm not gonna move with Joe. Joe's normal as well. This could be a reason why they don't really want to make the move with him. Get Echoes. Give him Echoes. All right, we got Ed Oliver. That's what I'm talking about. Help the defense out. Put the defensive tackles in a good position. Okay. And then what are they offering for Isaac Seumalo? Dobbs, Redmond, Warren, Cam Akers. No. Eric Stokes, not really. Anthony Gibson, Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs is the one from the Cowboys. That's I believe he's very good. I might go look him up and see whether or not he could just be traded outright. But you know, because they keep throwing that trade at me, and typically when they keep throwing a trade out there like that, that's because the team's trying to like move him before before the season's over. So let's see what he got actually. He is 28 years old. Star. Very good zone coverage, very good man coverage. Play recognition is pretty good. Motivation and tags. He wants a big market, franchise quarterback, and to be paid out. I can deal with a lot of that. And then you're offering me to trade, so that means you must not be too happy with him. You're looking for a defensive tackle. I have Mike Hall, but he's going to the practice squad. I could give you Delvin Fowlers, who's a young boy that I picked up. Okay. He's pretty slow. That's why I'm willing to kind of come away from him. And then Joe is regular, so you can have him as well. And then I'm trying to keep him away from using picks. That's why you see me kind of going through the players. But if I feel as though that a pick would be better than using a player, then I will go that route. Let's go Miles Sanders. And we'll go Trayvon Diggs. Okay, without using any picks. All right, and we got a good cornerback who probably is going to develop very well. And we also shredded some fats, from the team, basically. All right, and we have 20 outright. All right, and then check free agency and make sure nobody was released this week. Nope, they haven't done the releases yet at teams just yet. Okay, go to next week. Next week should be the releases because they have to do cuts. I wonder how many cuts we have. We should have like 12 cuts that we got to make. We might have won that game if we went up from 4 to halfway to almost to 5. Okay. Trench Goblin's been upgraded. Ground Guardians. Run play sheet. Okay. So the defense must be rolling. We have won. We went 3-0 in the preseason. Justin Tucker is a free agent after being released by the 49ers. Tyron Tracy joins the Chiefs. Frank Louisville is not on the block. I don't know why they keep saying that. Okay, now we got an offer for Mike Jackson. Mike Jack. Wyatt Taylor is also still getting offers. Landon Jackson, Devin Singletary. Nobody interesting that I would deal with. Upgrade players. Okay, Reed Blankenship's getting better, which I wholly expected. What's his zone on nowadays? His zone is on 74. His man coverage is on 68. Let's do zone, because I call a lot of zone. To be honest, I call a good amount of zone. And then Ivan Pace is just getting better and better, which is great. They want me to put it on his run stopping ability. He is now a 19th ranked weak side linebacker. His play recognition is through the roof at 88. Block shedding's up there. Temper does he have high motivations? Yeah, he likes warm weather state. He's loving it. We're winning and it's making players better. Yeah, I would say put it on his run stopping ability. We have people to stop the pass, which is Will okay, but put on his run stopping ability. Okay. And then let's go to the free agency. Now that we're in a cut window, a lot of people might have been released. Panay Ford, he normally gets cut by the Rams. I was waiting to see if that was going to happen. Chuba Hubbard, also very good halfback, if I'm not mistaken. I'm glad that I did trade away Miles Sanders. He was released. That'll work. Pick him right on up. Tony Jefferson, the ball I traded away. Jay Alexander was actually released. I'll go ahead and pick him up as well. He did an interview explaining everything about what went on with the Eagles, so we're good now. Garrett Wilson, he's an 11 year in the league. Davon, is he star? Okay, we could pick him up and maybe move him for somebody else or see if we want to keep him on a position. Quinnen Williams, the will side linebacker who I had on the team, was released. We can go ahead and pick him back up. If anything, we can move him to a different position. Nick Chubb. Nick is very injured ridden. All right. Let me unplug my phone and plug in this tablet. Oh, this is a game 7?
This is it.
Dang. Okay.
You or die.
Okay, let me set this over here. Let me open my ability to watch this game. Oh, crap. Do I not have it downloaded on my thing? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, I did have it. No, that's YouTube. Hold on. All right, got the game on. Okay. Kendrick Bourne was a wide receiver that I also had. We can go ahead and pick him up. Just, players that are available in free agency who we would have to negotiate in week 3. Kobe Bryant, who was also a future starter, who a lot of players that I traded away, I guess when the draft went off, they ended up not making the team basically and getting cut. DJ Jones, Alvin Kamara, I think we just picked up Chuba Hubbard, so we don't need him. Xavier Collins was the left edge that was actually on our team to begin with. So that's a good person that we can pick back up. Michael Carter. I remember seeing a lot about Michael Carter. He has a good play recognition, man coverage, speed. Let's bring him in before we, and then we'll see who makes the roster long term. This is just making sure that we don't lose out on good players from the draft. We don't lose out on good players that are available. Justice Hill, halfback. Witherspoon, I traded Witherspoon away. He's 9 years in the league. I think he had good stats. That's why I picked him up, right? Yeah, he has a good play recognition, man coverage, all that sorts of stuff. Okay, and then the center, this was the best center available. This guy, who's a star, Graham Glasgow. Now that I traded away our backup center, it's good to have him. And then there's Kenneth Gainwell. I don't know what his motivation and tags will line up with us. It doesn't. Okay, so mainly we need to look at the line and see who's the best out of the line. Okay, and then we'll do young balls after the fact. There's Ben Brinson. Is he star or is he a normal? Pretty good. Let's go ahead and pick him up. We'll take it from there. Mutai, I normally pick up Mutai, but I don't know what his rating is now. What's his motivation and tags? He would just like the warm weather. 71 center. Dalton Reisner was released again. Left edge. Sam Mbuke is out there. Joe got released. Is his motivation tags line up with us? Yeah, Joe actually liked being here, so we're gonna bring Joe back. It worked out well that we were able to trade him and to get him right back. D tackles, because Jalen Carter's gonna be hurt for a while. Okay, there's Grady Jarrett. Grady is a top 10 defensive tackle in the NFL. His motivations would be franchise quarterback with Jalen Hurts. And then there's David. David is also a star quarterback. He's top 14, and he has 1. So I will go with Grady Jarrett, and then look to either flip him or move him for other people. Right edges. Nobody massive. Sam's is empty. Mike has been beat up. Will has all the people that I already had. Tre'Davious White. Tre'Davious might be able to be traded for like a rookie or something like that, or I might hold on to him. I haven't decided just yet. Justin Simmons. Justin is a star. His play recognition is taking a hit. Strong safety. Jefferson was released as well. Kicker, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Punter, Mitch Winowski. He's a normal. That's why I got Stonehouse. He's a superstar. And long snapper. Okay. So let's go to top 100. And let's see who is the best practice squad available players. Jalix Hunt, we pick him up. I know. Whoa. No. Sign him to the practice squad. Luke McCaffrey, Ed McCaffrey's brother. We're not playing for the Eagles anymore, so he probably, franchise quarterback with the Eagles. Sign him to the roster, and then we'll decide who goes to the practice squad one after another. I don't want to send a bunch of people down there and have to flip it. Then there's Ennis. Ennis is actually very good, and he has a good tackle to him. Sign him to the roster. Sign him to the roster. And then Brylan Allen. Okay, Brylan is very fast and very good. But we're going to hold off because I'm pretty sure we're coming up on that space. Addis Isaac. Okay, I like him as a rusher. He has good acceleration, good speed, good play recognition. Okay, bring him in. He'll be going to the practice squad. You never know when we might need an edge rusher. Jeremy Burton from Alabama. Okay. His release needs to be worked on, but he has good speed. He knows how to run the routes. He just doesn't match up with anything on the team. Just right now, he doesn't match up with anything on the team. And once you get past him, it's a little bit. But I would say TJ Tampa. Let's see what he got as a cornerback. He can't tackle as much, but he can play the position. I would say to space things out, I would say go with Brylan Allen as the cornerback. See, practice squad, and we'll see what we want to do there. Okay, that should probably take the cuts up to probably 20 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And also, yeah, we're at 32 cuts because we went up to 85. So let's go to Trade Center. See, was anybody added that... Oh, well, James Conner was on the team. I'm pretty sure I can maybe trade somebody for James Conner. Who do we have at halfback? Tank Bigsby, Chuba Hubbard. They're looking for a wide receiver. How about well, wait. How many who do we have now? We don't really need James Conner. But let me see James Conner's information because he was pretty tough in real life. Power back. Okay, so he would be our power guy. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring James Conner in for say they're looking for a wide receiver, so let's do Kendrick Bourne. Okay, they want a little bit more offer with it, which is understandable. Let's go ahead and do Brinson. Okay, and then let's do let's go ahead and do this defensive tackle. All right, and we got James Conner back as our power halfback. Drop this down to 30 cuts. Okay, let's go to Trade Center, Trade Block. Okay, wide receivers. Okay, nobody really there. Kyle Williams, don't really know him like that. He's a future starter, deep threat. Ooh, 94, 95 acceleration. Yep, that's a trade. Wait. What's the motivation and tags? Head coach win percentage, highest value offer. Okay, we'd have those two. Okay, so let's see if we can put a trade in for him. Speedy wide receivers can always be developed into something nice. They're looking for a wide receiver. Luke McCaffrey's going to the practice squad. Addis Isaac. No. Okay. They are looking for a cornerback. I have it on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Ennis. What about for Ennis? Okay, they want a little bit more value than Ennis. Tre'Davious White. No. Okay, got to move up a little bit more. Witherspoon. Okay, now I'm starting to get the impression they're trying to get paid out for this guy. Michael Carter 2. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and leave him there. That's why he hasn't been traded yet, because they're trying to get paid out. And there's other speedy wide receivers out there as well. We don't need to kind of bend to the will of them. Left tackle, left guard looks regular. Center, right guard, right tackle. Left edge. This is when it gets a little thin in the draft class. I mean, not in the draft. Ty Robinson. Okay, the Eagles are trading the rookie that we drafted a while back. His play recognition is bad. I'm not really looking to take on too many projects. I got enough as it stands. Keon White, 77 years old. Let's see. Play recognition is really bad. I'm not trying to get involved with that. A lot of will side linebackers, nothing special. Mekhi Blackman, I've heard of the name before. Dayron Porter's being traded. I wanted to see his stats. Dayron is a little bit off of basically very good zone coverage. His motivation and tags would be historic championships, franchise quarterback, and head coach win percentage. I could see trading Michael Carter for him because he is a star and he'll develop better than Carter. What about for Ennis? No? Okay, so let's do Michael Carter for him. Okay, I get the impression that you guys are trying to get paid out here. Yeah, we're going to move on from Porter because they're obviously one of those, like, you know, last minute Juju Bennett's. Malik Hooker, who's still out there. Jair Brown. Jair from he's pretty good. What's his motivation and tags? Big market. I don't really need another strong safety. All right. Now, first thing we need to do is put all the rookies that we want to be protected. Oh, I'm about to mess up. Hold on one second. We got a little bit of an issue. Give me 1 minute here. Sorry, y'all. I just noticed that. Was deep into the game. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay, so first thing we need to do is move all rookies that we want to protect down to the practice squad. So that would be Rylan Allen. We're going to move him down. And then, let's see, wide receivers, Luke McCaffrey. We're going to go ahead and move him down. Ooh, he's already getting better. Deep threat. Rather work on your deep threat, brother. That slot thing is nice, but if I can get you to be a more deep threat runner, that would be great. What's your speed look like? So you get that deep route together. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can send him down to the practice squad, which we can. Okay. And then I don't think we can do that with anybody else. Darnell Thornton, I think we can send him down there as well to protect him. And then we would have 6 running wide receivers. Tight ends. Bryant is good. We're going to let him do his thing. We're running 2 at each position from what I can tell in the lineman room. Okay, Sawyer, he's also a practice squad player. Going to move him down there. Joe, I think, is too old to go to the practice squad. He's an 80. So I think that the best thing to do is to move Addis Isaac. We're going to move him down to the practice squad as well. And then I think the best thing to do is to move McDonald. Move McDonald to right edge later on. So we're going to hold on to him. Joe. Joe actually had 2 out of 4, but he is a little bit older, so we may look to move away from him because there's a young boy that's way better than him on the team, and he's normal. From the defensive tackle room, Mike Hall, I definitely wanted to... Oh, no, hold on. I was about to mess up. Hold on real quick. I have to... Give me 1 second as I have to change the practice squad room. 1 second. All right. Just had to do that. I didn't want to. I turned off practice squad stealing. I turned off practice squad stealing just to make sure none of my players end up getting gripped up, from the practice squad. Okay, so from the right edge room, defensive tackle, we're gonna protect Hall. We're gonna send him down there. I think he's gonna be very good. Move him to the practice squad, and then we also have Nolan. I want him down on the practice squad as well. And then I think that Grady Jarrett, I have some plans for him for more Eagles players. Jeremiah Trotter, I don't think we can move him to the practice squad. We can? Okay, move him to the practice squad just for now to get him a little bit more reps so he doesn't have to be traded. And then we'll deal with the other positions later on once we get everybody moved. Quinnen Williams, he cannot go to the practice squad, but he is also a star. And then there's Tobby, who's above him. Ivan Pace, Frank Louisville. A lot of cornerbacks. I would say Thomas can go down to the practice squad, even though he's a starter, to protect him from being traded by me. And then I would say, who else? These are all probably cuts down here, except for this young boy. He's a 72 already. We're going to move him to the practice squad. And then below Emerson, these two right here are probably cuts. Free safety, Cody Bryant. I don't know if he can go to the practice squad. He actually can't. And then Nick Cross is who is going to be there. So, and then kickers, we have two kickers. One goes to the practice squad, just in case something happens to Jake Elliott. So we have a kicker. And then at the punter position, okay, we're good. So we moved all the rookies down that we wanted to move down. Let's see if there's any more let's see if there's any more players that can move down that I know I'm not going to use this year. He's 4 years in or 6 years in, I guess. Joe, I would love to move down there, but he can't. I'm pretty sure Will can. Will can't. Okay. And he's also better than Joe by a good amount. They're all around the same age, but he's better than Joe. Yeah. Okay, so good runs. Okay, now while we have this going, let's see about a little bit more movement from the Eagles. I was thinking, well, Tyler McBride is basically already gone. There's nothing you could do about that. He was now you could give them a first, but I doubt that they would take my 2029 first. Yeah, the first would work. And then you could maybe throw, say, Panay Ford on there because somebody I just picked up from free agency. Not enough movement. Grady Jarrett. Okay, not enough movement. There is also Frank Louisville. Okay, Frank isn't going to move enough. There is Spillman. Spillman is a very good Mike linebacker, but then you would be giving up too much, to be honest, in my opinion. Sean Murphy Bunting has stepped up. Okay, he's not movable. And then there is, what are they looking for? Wide receiver. That's the number one thing they're looking for is wide receiver. Yeah, I think I've already retooled the tackle, the wide receiver room. The tight end room, in my opinion. I would say who I'm coming to look for is somebody like Nolan Smith Jr. and potentially Jahad Campbell. And yeah, those two. And they're looking for, let's see if I can do it for, say, Grady Jarrett. And also, I would say, what's Panay Ford's motivations? Does he want to be here? He has one. He likes a one-weather state. Panay Ford. Okay. I would be willing to trade Spillman. I'm trying to think. Should I trade Spillman or should I trade Queen? I would be willing to trade Spillman for Jahad Campbell and Nolan Smith. Okay. They would not, though. What about Frank Louisville? Okay. Frank actually dropped in ability, so we're going to be looking at what's going on there in a minute. Akeem. Okay, and let's see if I can get ooh, look at them. They got them a new hidden right edge rusher. Okay. What about for Jahad Campbell for Grady Jarrett? Okay, so those guys are basically locked up. So we can go ahead and start putting some people on the trade block to see who's going to come back from where. So like Tre'Davious White, Wilkinson, and Michael Carter. We can trade all of them away. Okay, I'm trying to think. The position where I think we could use some help would be let's see, would be I trade all of y'all for Greg Newsome Jr. Okay. Greg Newsome is a very good young ball. I would say a 4th. Let me see his stats. Make sure he's good. He is a top 10 cornerback in the NFL. He's probably only going to get better with time. So I would say a 3rd. I'm willing to do a 3rd. Okay, a 3rd and a 7th. 3rd and a 5th. All right. And we got Greg Newsome back. Okay, and let's go to Trade Center again. Okay, let's put the trades in there. We have too many cornerbacks. Greg Newsome's up there with Sean Murphy Bunting, Jai Alexander, Will Johnson, Trayvon Diggs. Amik, can he go to the practice squad? No? Okay, well, Emerson, there you go. He can go to the practice squad, right? No? He has to start? Okay, so with Emerson, let's put him up there for now. We know we want to trade him. Let's put Kobe Bryant up there as well. Kobe, I'm saying Kobe. Yeah, Kobe, just spelled with a C. And let's do let's hold off on the will just yet. Let's do for players that we know, like say Grady Jarrett's not going to be here, so okay. Halfback, D tackle. I'm trying to think of anybody that's on any of these teams that I would want to pick up. The Chargers have Joe Alt. I don't know what they actually rank him as now. He's at 85. Big fan of Joe Alt. Oh crap, we got Joe Alt. Oh, excuse me, got a great left tackle in Joe Alt for all those players. I did not think that was gonna work. Okay, big fan of Joe Alt. 6'10" type dude too. Yeah, most definitely. And then with Jordan Mailata being hurt, that works perfectly. We can have, just him on the line. Superstar left tackle, great position player. And then, okay, at left edge, Joe's not going to be sticking around. And Xavier Collins, I'll probably move to the right edge rusher position. The defensive tackles we do have with Panay Ford and all that, that'll work pretty well. And then the Mike, Nakobe Dean came out of practice better than Cody. Let me see what Cody has. Like, his temper's up there. He's playing really good. Let's see where's Tavi at. Tavi's playing pretty good as well. Linebackers are hard to find, but let me see where's Louisville playing at. Louisville's top 11. His motivation and tags are okay. So this is just a "cause we're winning" thing. Okay, so put Frank on there. And then also put I say put Frank and Tobby because you have Ivan Pace better than him and Quentin Wilson better than him. And Ivan Pace is only 25 years old and he's already better than Frank. So let's put all three of those together and see what we get offered. Kyle Williams, the wide receiver, the super wide receiver boy with the 95 speed and all that. I'm hesitant to do that because I feel as though I would rather get some picks in this year's draft for some of these players. So how about a first round pick 30? I mean, it's a very late pick. Okay. How about second round pick? Okay. To get a second round pick for all these guys, I'm willing to do a fourth in 2029 to get a second in this year, and we have it. Okay. And we're down to 12 already. Okay, coming back to the linebacker room. Noah is he cannot go to the practice squad, so he has to play this year. And then everybody else is very good as well. Cody's almost 30 years old, and I feel like with Pat Queen being 27 and already better than him, Cody kind of reaches his top already. So we're going to go ahead and move him. Keep Noel. At the cornerback room, we have 7 actually. So Emerson is 25. Who's really older? Trayvon Diggs probably has a very high play recognition. Pretty good. And then let's see. Will Johnson, his play recognition is pretty good as well. Okay, here we go. James Conner is back. He's a mentor, but Saquon Barkley don't need a mentor, and neither does Chuba Hubbard. So we can go ahead and trade James Conner away to be able to keep Tank Bigsby. The wide receivers are running 6 strong. Tight ends are running 4. Let's go ahead and trade away Bryant. He was a pickup through free agency, and let's see what we would get offered. Dante Jackson from the Chargers, which is a very good looking pickup. Mike Ellis we can bring back as a middle linebacker, which would be very good as well. Roger used to be a star. I remember him. The Deontay Jackson, 30-year-old guy for all these dudes is pretty good. But then you have Mike Ellis, who's 31, and Mike linebacker. So it really comes down to, what you value more. Like, do you value a Mike linebacker over a Mike linebacker over a what's the name guy? I would say let me see Deontay Jackson's stats. Like, oh, he's very good. If I was to take Cody off and let you keep these picks, would you still do the trade? Okay, no. Okay, so then that means it was because of Cody, and that shows me that he may develop very well. Let's do I can always put Jeremiah Trout is in the bench anyway.
You alright in there?
I'm fine. Taco, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, man. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. Let's see here. Brian's already on there. What's up with Chanel? Does he want to be here? Yeah, 2 out of 3. James Conner is going to be traded to keep Tank Bigsby. Okay, let's see what we get. And Deontay Jackson is very good as a cornerback, but we would have to make room for him. So I'm thinking. Let me see what Martin Emerson has. Emerson is good, but his motivation and tags are 1 out of 4. He just likes the warm weather. So let's do Emerson and see if they would go along with it. Okay, probably got to put like a mini pick with it or something like that. I have a second this year and a first next year. Okay, so let's do nobody from the line because that'd be hard to replace. And everybody else is stars. Let's do Martin Emerson because he can't actually, like, he's beyond the trade block window. So let's do Martin Emerson. Okay, Deontay Jackson's like 30 years old. So as good as he is and stuff like that, he's already been in the league 8 years. He has very good man coverage. He's the type of dude where, like, if I was to trade the Mike linebacker for him, let me see what he has, what the Mike linebacker has going on. This dude is a top 20 Mike linebacker in the business. He has an 87 play recognition. No, he's not getting traded. I'm glad I came in here to see his stats first. What's up with Dennis? I didn't really look at Dennis's stats. His play recognition is pretty average. I could give you Dennis and then let Noel step up into his position. All right. We got Deontay Jackson and we cleared some more space. Down to 10 people. So with having Deontay, Dante Jackson comes in as the best cornerback we have on the squad. It pushes a lot of people further down. Let's see here. I would say somebody like Emerson is definitely going to get traded, and then that will bring it down to 6 cornerbacks. 7, actually. Trayvon Diggs, does he want to be here? He likes a franchise quarterback and a highest value offer. He also is in his 6th year only. He's been around for not that long. His man coverage is good. Man coverage is about 74. Zone coverage is about 80. So that's pretty good. But we have younger guys. Like this guy's 23 and he's better than him. And then Jair Alexander is 29 and he's better than him. And then he's only 1 point better than Asante Samuel Jr. and Asante Samuel Jr. is 2 years younger. So we'll see what we can get for him to kind of lessen that hit over there on the cornerback room. We'll run the 4 middle linebackers. I'm cool with that. And then let's do Xavier Collins. Let's see where he stands motivations wise. Okay, he doesn't want to be here. So we're gonna go ahead and see what we can get for all 3 of these guys. Deron Porter. I would say if the Cowboys are willing to come up off of a 3rd, they might be willing to come up off of a 1st or a 2nd, and I can really clean up in the 1st or 2nd rounds with this. So let's go 1st round pick and see if they'd be willing to do it. Okay, so we can get a 1st round pick in this year's draft by simply adding, say, the 2nd from this year's draft. All right. And we sent them all those players in the 2nd and got their 1st round pick in this year's draft. We don't know. It's either this, I think it's this year's draft if I'm not mistaken. So, Trayvon Diggs was a Cowboy anyway. He can go back to what he was doing. A little bit more movement and we should be good. Okay, halfbacks running good. Wide receiver running at 6. That's pretty cool. Tight ends running at 3. We can always pick one up off of free agency if we have to. And then Rashad, he's good too. Bento, Isaac Malu. Okay, White Taylor. The line is the line. Okay, defensive tackle is looking good. Right edge. Lineman. Okay, now with the Mike position, we might need to make bust a move here because we do have Pat Queen, who's only 3 below him. Let me see if I can get Jahad Campbell from the Eagles for him because I would like to have Jahad Campbell instead of this guy. I like him. I just would like to have Jahad Campbell. Okay. How about Spillman? And I will also offer you. Let's see. Are you looking for wide receivers? I have some young wide receivers I'm working with in the draft, so I can do, say, Laviska Shenault. Okay. And then let's do, how about Laviska Shenault? And I will also offer you Trent Brown. I don't think I have any more picks that I'm willing to use. I think I just got a first round pick. Yeah. Excuse me. This man has an. One second. Yeah, gotta get some water. This man has a 99 play recognition. He is not being traded. Halfback's looking good. Wide receiver is running 6 deep. I would say with the free safety and strong safety, we need to make a decision. I don't think we need to be carrying a starter and a practice squad player on the sidelines. Nick Cross is very good, but his play recognition is basic. I think Reed Blankenship has better play recognition than him, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he does. And then with the strong safety, Julian Blackman is very good, but his play recognition is also pretty regular. So I would say put Blackman up there and put Cross up there. And then also while you're at it, I would say do them 3. And also do does Panay Ford want to be here? Okay, Panay's 1 out of 4. And then he also wants Super Bowl chance. So once we start winning, he'll get better as a player. But at the same time, we do have Ed Oliver, Vita Vea, Jordan Davis, and then Jalen Carter will be coming back. So we're kind of carrying an extra guy. So let's see what we would get if we just put them all out there and see what we would get. Okay, Christian Benford's a great trade. I know he works out very well as cornerback. Trey Harris, a wide receiver. Rasheed Rice. Okay. Dayron Bland. Jordan Brooks, superstar Mike linebacker. That's a good trade right there. That's a really good trade. Braden Smith, the guy I traded away. Tariq Woolen. Let me see, because Jordan Brooks is only 28 years old. So let me see what his stats are. He's a superstar. He's a top 7 middle linebacker in the business. He wants historic championships and a Super Bowl chance. He's an award winner. He's a trade target. He has very good hit power, play recognition, pursuit. He would make a really good addition to the middle. And then also what I was going to say too was, let me see if I can maybe squeeze out. I doubt that they would come up off of Minka, but let's see where we stand with that. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured they wouldn't come up off of Minka like that. What about with Chop Robinson? How's Chop turning out? Top 23. He's kind of glad. He's kind of happy where he is. I don't want to like mess with that. Okay. So yeah, we can do all these guys for maybe a first or a second or something like that. Okay. Load up on these picks this year. Let's do a second. All these players for Brooks and a third. I can see that. Okay. You want to do a fourth? I can work with that. Because Brooks is going to put in the work. Let me see something. Would you do it without Panay Ford, though? Okay. Take the pick off. And do a fifth. Straight up. Okay. So Panay Ford was what was actually making it go. Okay, so now I want that third again. Fourth, I could see. All right, Jordan Brooks and all them guys. You got all them guys. We're down to 5 people. Okay, and then we're gonna commit. We're committing to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Let's see what his motivation tags are. Okay, he wants the highest value offer. So we may run into a little bit of a situation with him as far as like his development goes because of the fact that he doesn't have a lot of greenlets. So let's see who's out there before we commit. We did send Buda Baker to the Raiders. That's a possibility of being able to maybe bring him back. Let's see if we sent them, say, first of all, let's see if they would even do the trade. They want A.J. Brown. Okay, so that means that he's tradable. Let's do Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and let's say they're looking for a center left guard type situation. I would say now we can trade Brooke. Now we can trade Barton. And then we can do also they're looking for a right tackle. We can do Trent Brown. Okay, and then let's see. I don't think I have any seconds. If I did, I would use them. I can see a first from 2029 because that's almost like 4 years out. All right, cool. That improves the safety position. I'm not really worried about that first from 2029. I'm more worried about the strong safety position being held down. And we're literally down to like 3 people. So that was a very good trade in my book because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's development wasn't working the way I wanted it to. Buda Baker, I think, has more motivation here. Yeah, he likes the scheme fit, highest value offer, and once we start winning championships, he'll be cool with it. And then cornerback, we're running 6. We're running 6 cornerbacks. Sandy Samuel Jr., all these guys. Will, we're running 3. Mike, we're running 4. Sam, we're running 3. D-tackle, we're running 4. Right edge, we're running 2. Left edge, we're running 3. Right tackle, we're missing 1, which is okay because we have backups at everybody else's position. And actually, we can make, because we got Joe Alt, we can go ahead and make, wait, who's starting at right tackle? Joe Alt's an 85, and the young ball is a 78. Yeah, let's go ahead and make Walker a right tackle. That way, he's a 79, right? Okay, so let's see what he would be as a right tackle. That way he's getting reps, like one of those, like, he practices with the, team or whatever. Let's see here. Yeah, he's actually better than the young bull. He comes in as a 79. He is the number 15th ranked right tackle in the business, top 20%. So that was a good move. That was a good move outright. And then tight ends, we're running 3. If we need another one, we can go get one. LaVisca Chenault, I don't know what his motivation and tags were. Yeah, he's pretty good. Fullback, halfback is running 3. Quarterback is running 3. Now, what's up with Anthony Richardson? This is motivation and tags. Okay, he likes a one Weather State. We have at least 1 with him. And then there's Shadari Sanders. Okay, Shadari likes a 1 Weather State and the highest value offer, so he'll develop pretty well. Okay, but we have to cut 3 people. We have 3 wide receivers, 6 wide receivers actually. I want it that way. I think the cut need to come from, let's see, with McDonald. He's too good actually to be, cutting. In my opinion, he's young too. Then we got Chase Young. Sewell got right up there from a 68 to a 75, which is really good. Middle linebackers doing pretty well. Well, not even pretty well, doing very well. So is the other linebacker position. Jay Alexander, Sean Murphy Bunting Jr. What's up with Sean Murphy Bunting Jr.? He's a trade target veteran. Does he want to be here? He just likes the scheme fit. What's his ability? Because he was on the Cardinals before I showed up. He has good play recognition. He's a top 15 cornerback. I really don't want to mess with the cornerback room like that, but at the same time, I had to cut 3 people, so I'm trying to find positions where, where we necessarily don't need to carry a person. Quinnen Williams is 30 years old. Let's see what his abilities are. His play recognition is almost 90. He makes a great will side linebacker. Linebackers are ones that you don't necessarily cut because of the fact, or even trade really, for that reason. Will, let's see what's up with Will. Will's block training is at 72, so even though he's like super fast and all that sorts of stuff, he's a top 15 left edge rusher. But with all that said, he still can't get off the block. And if you can't get off the block, then it's not really going to matter. So let's go ahead and look at trading him away and see what would step forward for him. Another cornerback, Chris Godwin Jr. from the Buccaneers would make a very good trade. Jonathan Brooks. Chris Godwin Jr. Let me see. Chris Godwin Jr. I mean, for all that, if you're going to trade me Chris Godwin Jr., I would rather trade, like, say, one of the wide receivers I have already, like Laviska Shenault or something like that, and see if we could just work out a trade. How about Laviska Shenault and what else are you looking for? Tight end, quarterback, or Mike? Does Pat Queen want to be here? Because he's just basically an 80. Pat's running at 86. Pat's not going anywhere. You're looking for a cornerback, so I would say Laviska Shenault. And this young boy is just a little bit better than... let me see what he got. Will Johnson. He has good play recognition, zone coverage, stuff like that. I've assembled a good cornerback room. I don't really want to mess with it that much. Okay, so they're saying Sean Murphy Bunting is a trade target veteran. To get Chris Godwin Jr., I wouldn't even trade him away, really. These are the 3 right here, so we can go ahead and take that off. So we can do Laviska Shenault, Sean Murphy Bunting, and still have 5 cornerbacks. And I think 1 on the practice squad. And then the other person that we could trade away could be like, how long is what? Oh, okay. And then I have Benito back. He's running at 85. Does Chuba Hubbard want to be here before I mess around and keep somebody that doesn't want to be here? Yeah. He wants to be here, and he's a good halfback just in case something happens. We have very good linebackers. We assembled some very good linebackers that I don't want to mess with. McDonald, I wish he could go to the practice squad, but he can't. But the starters are going to be Max Crosby, Chase Young, and then on the right is going to be Josh Allen and Josh Sweat. So he's not really going to get in like that. So he's a future starter, but he's not a starter right now because of his block shedding, I believe. So let's see what steps forward in a trade for him. Rashid White, Jacob Parrish, Zach Zesler, Rasul Douglas. Okay, so not too much. I would say who's the first person to step up? What, the Bengals? No. I would say counter this offer and see if you could get somebody, let's say Trey Hendrickson off from them. No? Okay, that's like their main guy anyway. Trade him out of division, see if you can get it first. Okay, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Okay, I'm not willing to accept less than that. So let's go to the Browns. Let's see what you guys have in picks. Devin Bush would make a great pickup, but I don't know if they would authorize that trade. Nope, they're not going to authorize that trade. And then there's Carson. He's a superstar middle linebacker. No, okay. So what about what's his name? Graham. Graham got downgraded, and then I'm not coming after Myles Garrett. That's just gonna be ridiculous. Okay, first round 6. Okay, I am looking to get a first for these guys. So let's see the Buccaneers. Oh, I know what I can do. I can flip all these guys and have one left over to go to, say, the Eagles and get Christian Wilkinson back and maybe like a first or second or something, 2 seconds, and see if we can work that out. 1 second. No seconds and just Wilkinson. All right, cool. Wilkinson's a very good defensive tackle, and I think he's more valuable than a lot of those guys. And we have 1 player left to cut. Team's up to an 89 overall. Eagles don't look nothing like the Eagles I know. And then we're going to go with, for the final cut, we have 5 wide receivers, 3 tight ends, a left tackle. Everybody has a backup on the line, which I wanted to be that way. Left edge is running 2 outright both sides. Defensive tackle is running at 5. We have Christian Wilkinson back. He's running at 88. Jalen Carter, Vita Vea, Jordan Davis at Oliver. Sam is running 3. Mike is running 4. I think that what we could do is, I know with him being a trade target veteran like that, his play recognition is a 99, and I don't think that's something you can mess around with. His tackle's great. You know, this is monsters middle linebackers. I don't think you mess around with that, to be honest. I think you move people that, you know, are in the 70s or 60s or something. Cornerbacks are different. Cornerbacks can be developed, but, you know, just basically one person has to be moved. What I would say is, as good as Chuba Hubbard is not going to actually get in the game like that. And also at the same time, I feel like I might be able to get like a first or something for him. But he does want to be here. And I think, you know, he likes a warm weather state, highest value offer. And then once we start winning championships, he'll be good with it. He has very good speed and acceleration. He's a top 12 halfback in the NFL. But I feel like with the halfback market being the way it is, like he could basically be, not to say traded, but he could essentially be replaced in a way. I'm considering it being him because that's one of those positions where we can afford to take a hit because we have Tank Bigsby behind him, and if anything happens to Saquon, I'm gonna look to Tank anyway, and that way I can carry an extra defensive tackle. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and trade Hubbard away and see what steps forward for him. Sean Murphy Bunting, we could pick back up from the Eagles, which is a good pickup in my opinion. I'm going to go ahead and take that trade and bring Sean Murphy Bunting back and have another good cornerback, and then have to deal with the problem as it stands once again of who do we trade. But I think that having him back helps the cornerback room in a bit. Quinnen Williams is actually running as a 77, and he's 30 years old. His play recognition is very good. His motivation is franchise quarterback, highest value offer, and then once we start winning, he's going to like it even more. Pat Queen. Pat is a run stopper. He is running very well. The tempo on the team is very good. The master motivator part is really coming in handy. I would say with Wyatt Taylor, Wyatt's a trade target veteran. Glasgow, how long has Glasgow been in the business? Glasgow's been in the business 10 years. He is a top 20 center in the NFL. But if anything was to happen to him, I could always put, if anything was to happen to our starting center, I would rather put both of these guys together. And because he's number 8th ranked center in the NFL. The line is very important, but at the same time, I have Joe Alt, who could come in at center if anything happens to my center. I would say keep the cornerback, trade the center. So I would say trade Glasgow. Okay, Glasgow doesn't really have that much of an interest. So I would say you gotta find somebody that's looking for a center. Like the Dolphins are looking for a center. I would say try to get like a second or a third or something. Okay, gonna be a little bit harder than normal. I mean, if he doesn't have that, he doesn't really have that trade market out there like that. So kind of gotta take what you get for him. Falcons. Okay, let's do a fourth. I mean, he was a free agent player, and he's like 35 years old, so we'll do a fifth just to pick up a pick. Do I have any center, 7s or 6 or something I can use to boost this up? No. Okay, so let's do a fifth. Okay, if you're not going to give me the fifth, then I would rather try to get like a tight end, somebody that I can day one starter, tight end, vertical threat. I wouldn't mind having this young bull right here. I don't know how attached to him y'all are. Let's see. What about if I put a fourth with it? They are looking for a Mike linebacker, Will, or right tackle. Okay, he's their new highly drafted defensive tackle. How about this? Let's see if we can find a tight end that we can develop on a practice squad. Like a young tight end. Tyler McBride is now rated as, they're saying, the best tight end in the business. Yeah. So trading him away was a good trade, but he did develop into being the best person out there. Picks don't mean anything, to me like that. I would put a 20 up and see how far we are. How about a 20 and Leo Chenal. Leo Chenal and Jair Alexander. And Deontay Jackson. They are looking for wide receivers, defensive tackles. Tyler McBride is a very good tight end, and I think once the season starts rolling and he gets up to like 99, there's going to be no chance in hell that you'll be able to pick that guy up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer the first round pick 20 that I picked up. I'm also going to offer the main thing they're looking for is defensive tackles, halfbacks, right tackles. I don't really want to destroy my line like that. I can see Christian Wilkinson sending him back and forth between the Eagles, but Tyler McBride is good enough to the point where, like, you're going to have to put out some real effort for him. Leo Chenal is a commander as it stands anyway, so I wouldn't be really losing too much there. Spillman is another middle linebacker that I wouldn't be losing too much for. And Quinnen Williams. So Leo Chenal. How about Deontay Jackson? Interest from Jackson. Greg Newsome. when you're the best, when you make somebody the best player on the team, we could do Buda Baker. I can see Buda Baker because you would be losing a safety, a strong safety, and a Sam, but you would also be gaining a tight end. It's just ridiculous. And about to be a 99. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. He's about to be like a 99. So, and then I can always try to flip back the trade for Buda Baker and see what happens. If not, I can always settle out with a what you call it? I can always settle out with a younger, less experienced guy. Do Wyatt Taylor and see what happens. Okay, so if I was to do, say, that right tackle I got from the Packers, the boy Rasheed Walker. Okay, we're just shy. Okay, so if I was to take him off and do, say, send him, Christian Wilkinson is doing really well, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna develop into like a 90 defensive tackle. Because Tutu can start. I'll just start Tutu, and they can have Leo Chenal. Oh, the bull, the Mike linebacker bull. Okay. They don't really have that much interest in him. Let's do Jackson. He's about 30 anyway. Let's see. Let me see McBride's information too to see why he's like so high rated. Oh, he's just ridiculous. Anything you throw to this dude, he got like a 99 catch. Anything you throw to this dude, he catching. Let's see. Who am I carrying that's like really good today? Because I can always with Buda Baker and nothing against him. I like him, but I can replace him. And then with Ivan Pace might be ready to step up into JOK's position, but I'm not going to do that to him just yet. How about Jordan Brooks? Okay, they have interest in Jordan Brooks. Okay, I'm out of picks, bro. So y'all gonna have to get a little bit better with y'all abilities. Or what I can do is maybe trade somebody that I have for a second. I feel as though a second. Okay, so let me do this. Let me go to my squad. And let me trade somebody on my squad for somebody that I'm not using, that I know I'm not going to use for like a second. 5 defensive tackles. We don't necessarily need 5 defensive tackles. But you never know. People get hurt during the year, stuff like that. Let's trade Pat Queen because we're going to keep Jordan Brooks. I think they like Jordan Brooks. So, let me see. Oh, I know what we can do. I wasn't listening to Deontay Jackson. We can trade, say, because the play recognition between Deontay Jackson and Jair Alexander isn't really that much. So we'll go ahead and trade away Deontay Jackson. Look to trade him back to, say, the Chargers for, say, see if we can get a first. If we can get a first, it'll really help the trade bait. Let's see. You got to find somebody that needs a cornerback. Okay, they don't have a first. The Commanders have a 7th. They're not going to trade that. Okay, the Steelers. The 49ers have 26. Okay, a little hesitant there to do that. The Jaguars have 29. They might be interested in doing this. Okay. How about Deontay Jackson? Because I can replace him with a couple cornerbacks that I have out the draft. How about Deontay Jackson, and I also send you Quinny Williams for the first. Okay. Or you know what? Let's before we automatically go with the Jags, let's look around and see if there's anybody else that has first. The Lions are looking for a cornerback, but they have 17. I doubt they would come up with 17 for him. Thank you for that, Manny. Thank you for that. Okay. So we have to really, you might as well just look for like the 32nd pick, because that way it's more of a guaranteed thing that they would ride with it. It depends if the team. Here we go. So it's the Seahawks. They're not looking for a cornerback, but they do have the 32nd pick, and they don't want to trade. So if they don't want to trade their 32nd pick, we would have to find a team. We want somebody that's yellow lit for him, because that way we can get at least a second. I think a second and all the players we were offering would push this trade across the field there. And I'm pretty sure I saw at least one team. I think it was the Chargers, actually. Oh, the Jaguars. Yeah, the Jaguars went yellow lit for him. They didn't want to necessarily come up off the first round pick, so let's see if we can do 2-3 for him. Okay, they did 2-3. Okay, so we at least got the second and the third. Okay, now let's come back to the Eagles trade. And let's go with the Eagles trade. Let's go Tyler McBride. Let's do first off, we were doing our first round pick, and let's do the second also, and let's do I'm trying to remember the mega person we were doing. I know the mega person we were doing was Buda Baker, but I'm trying to think of who else it was too. Let's do Spillman and see how far out we are. Okay, and then if we also put in, say, Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks is an award winner. I would say put Pat Queen in it and see if we can get away with, keeping Jordan Brooks. We can't. They're like, hey, we know what you're trying to do. How about Buda Baker, a first and a second? Okay, so we're pretty close with Buda Baker, a first and a second. And then we could do, say, a fourth or a third along with it to kind of make the deal go through. Or we could do a third, 1, 2, 3, and Buda Baker. And also, the picks, as you can see, I get them back and lose them easily. And then we could also do, say, was it a wide receiver I was moving to? I'm trying to remember. It was somebody I was moving. The right tackle I kind of want to hold on to. It might be kind of hard to replace him. And then with Wilkinson, I think when Jalen Carter comes back, we won't need to get rid of him. So let's take the second off and see if we can work it this way. Okay, take the third and the fourth off, and then see if we can work it with a second. Okay, they're going to want a good amount more picks, but he's going to probably be 99 out before the year is out. So, okay, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not really worried about that. I can build more trade picks up over the offseason. Okay, Christian Wilkinson. How far are we close to it now? Okay, so they don't want Wilkinson. So let's do, I think it was Leo Chenal I was offering them, but at a Sam linebacker position, you would be weakening that side. So let's do Spillman and see if we can get it going. All right. And we got McBride back, and we gave him a slew of picks and Buda Baker. I'm not really concerned about that. So now that we did that, the other thing I want to do before the season begins is see if I can bring Buda back. I normally do that sometimes. We'll send somebody to somebody and see whether or not how much they like them. Okay, and then because I have I have really too many middle linebackers. So I have Jordan Brooks and Pat Queen. And I know I can bring Jeremiah Trotter in and make him a middle linebacker. So let's see if they would go for Pat Queen. No? Okay, well, what about Jordan Brooks? Okay, a little bit of interest with Jordan Brooks. I would prefer the safety over the outright lineman. So let's see. Let's say Quinny Williams. Okay. So they're looking for a defensive tackle. How about Christian Wilkinson? He's going to be pretty good, but like I said, at the same time, we're looking to make moves. They're looking for a right tackle, Walker. Okay, Walker. Or you know what? Let's do this so we don't have to weaken too much. Let's see about Leo Chenal. Let's see how far okay. So Leo Chenal filled about half the room, and then Jordan Brooks will probably finish the other half. And then we could also do, say, cornerbacks because we dropped a couple. We need a strong safety. We need somebody to hold down the top side because we will get thrown on. That's what I was just realizing. Like, we will get thrown on if we don't have somebody top side. But at the same time, those linebackers are very more valuable than, say, somebody like Josh Hines Allen. Because I have Josh Sweat, but he's running heavy too. Let's go with, say, with the tight end room. Let's hit him with because I don't think Kyle Pitts actually wants to be here. His motivations aren't really. Oh, he does. Well, he wants to be top of the depth chart, which he's not going to be, and he would rather play in Philadelphia anyway. So let's see if we can get Buda back for all of this. I'm pretty sure I don't have any more picks to be able to use, period. Yeah, I gave up all those 1, 2, 3, 4 picks already. Let's see here. Does Vita want to be here? I brought Vita here, but does Vita want to be here? Yeah, he is. He likes a franchise quarterback. He likes a warm weather state, so we're good with him. I would say do Joel. Do Joel. Very good player, but older player. Okay. And then 5th and the 7th. I mean, I don't know if that'll get me Buddha, but we'll see. Okay, just shy. So I need to trade somebody for like a second. Maybe trade like a wide receiver or something like that, or tight end or whatever. Let's trade Darnell let's trade Darnell back to the Steelers because we have McBride again. So we're going to trade him back to the Steelers for possibly a second or a third. See if we can make that trade happen that way. Something that, okay. So let's see if anybody pops yellow for him. Hold on 1 second. Let's see here. Does anybody pop yellow for him? If nobody pops yellow for him, then we're probably gonna have to accept like a third or something. He's a good tight end, but he's gonna be a little bit less inclined. Let's find a team that's looking for a tight end because they're probably more. Okay, the Bengals are looking for a tight end. We might be able to get a second off from them. Ooh, he does not have that value. I might got to return him to the Steelers for whatever I can get. Ooh. Yeah, let's go back to the Steelers. Steelers probably have more of an interest in him than anybody else. Because I think I asked for a second and it was... this dude's getting no interest. What's his abilities? Let me see his abilities. Is he like really good? No, he is not. I didn't even really trade that much for him, so I'm not worried about it. I just need to pick to see if I can make the trade work with the Eagles for Buda Baker to be able to hold down topside. Let's get a 4th. Okay, the later 4th I'm cool with. I think it's actually the 4th I sent them. Let's get the 4th. And then let's do a 7th. That way I can keep the 5th. All right. Now, let's return back to the trade with the Eagles before the season kicks off. We have 2 open spots as well, which helps us out. They have some new players, Zach Baum, Buda Baker, Quinion Mitchell, all them dudes. But we're here for Buda Baker. So we're going to do, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Wilkinson and Chanel and Brooks. But I wanted to keep Brooks. I wanted to see if I could go with Pat Queen. And I also wanted to see if I could keep Chanel. Let's see if we can give him, say, Greg Newsome. And let's go with Sean Murphy Bunting and see where we stand. Okay, so Pat Queen could stay, but we're probably gonna have to give him Jordan Brooks. Okay, and then Sean Murphy Bunting is not really working, so we're gonna have to go Leo Chanel. That's where they were. And then Tutu can start in his position. I'm not really worried about that. Okay, and then we can also do JOK I want to hold on to. I think his morale's up, ain't it? Yeah, his morale's up. So JOK I want to hold on to. And Greg Newsom, we go ahead and put in there and see what happens. Okay, and then I think I just got a second or a third. So, well, we got a fourth. So I don't know how far that's going to push things along. Fourth and a fifth. Okay, so we take Greg Newsom off and do, say, Kyle Pitts. Let's put Kyle Pitts on there. Okay, Kyle is not going to be tradable to them. They're looking for a right tackle, so let's do Walker. Damn, just shy. So that means that I need to move another player for another pick. Let me take a picture of this trade. Let me get a picture of this trade so I know the players that work. And then I'm going to get I'm just going to scoop up like a free agent real quick. Somebody from free agency, some player that, like, say, Kenneth Gainwell, somebody that's pretty nice or whatever. And then I'm going to attempt to add him to the trade. The trade that we had in place was, let me see here. Trade. Okay, the trade that we had in place was, Buda Baker for Leo Chenal, Jordan Brooks, and Walker, and a fourth and a fifth, and then also, oh wait, I can't put the fourth person in there because I gotta trade them. That's what it was. I gotta trade. Who did I just pick up? I gotta trade Kenneth Gainwell to somebody. So he was on the Steelers, right? Well, he was on the Eagles, and I got Saquon Barkley. So we might as well see if we can get like a second from them. They have hella. The Eagles are set up in the future. All the firsts and seconds I done gave them. I got all their people, but I got a lot of their people, but they gonna rebuild for the future. I'd be curious to see who they end up with. We can get a third. A third should still be able to make the trade happen with these guys. We ain't gonna do nothing but trade them back there on third. Okay, so the original trade was, oh wait, let's make sure we're on the right thing before we mess around and trade somebody away. The original trade was Buda Baker for Leo Chenal, Jordan Brooks, and Rashawn Walker, and a third, fourth, fifth. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. What the heck? 3 and 5. Okay. And what's the call? All right, we got Buda Baker back. Now, to explain it, Leo Chenal is the best Sam linebacker in the NFL in this year's Madden, but at the same time, he did become a commander, so I'm pretty sure when the season starts up and they get to talking crap, I'm not going to want him on my team. That's why I got Louisville out of here. Jordan Brooks is very good, but I think as rookies start to come out, there's going to be people that get better and better than him. Walker is nice, but I could always swing Joe Alt to right tackle if I have to, and the picks don't really mean anything. Buda Baker means more at a strong safety because anybody that plays Madden knows when they go topside like that, if you don't have somebody up there that can like shut that section down, you're going to get thrown on a lot. So, and then this also opens me up to having more people on the team from the practice squad because we have 49 open positions, so we can go to free agency and maybe see who's out there. They released Kenneth Gainwell as soon as I sent them to him. There is Kenny Clark. Just got released. Kenny was actually on the Packers, if I'm not mistaken. He's a top 12 defensive tackle. So, let's pick Clinty up. We got some positions there. And then there's let's look at the line, see if there's any linemen out there that would make a good effort. There's a young boy. He's 11 years in the game. Andrew Dillard. I mean, I believe myself with Andrew Dillard. Andrew Dillard can be coached up. He has good run block ability. His pass block ability isn't really all that good. He's a run blocker. His motivation and tags. He likes warm weather state and a franchise quarterback. I'm willing to give him another chance. Myself personally, I'm willing to give Andrew Dillard another chance. And then to see if there's anybody else. Mutai I might pick up. He's 27 years old, young. Luke Forrester. Then there's Dalton Reisner, Alex Kappa. Kappa used to be a star, right? Kappa is a star. Okay. Let's pick up Kappa to strengthen that line a little bit. And then we also lost some linebackers, so let's go over there and see what that linebacker room is looking like. Probably ain't that many people left over. Oh, it's Sano. Yeah. Sano. That's my boy. He wanted to be here too, so I think he's going to develop pretty well. Sam linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter, I'm going to bring him up and make him a Mike, in my opinion. I think I'm ready to make him a Mike. Christian Ellis, 73. Okay. Christian's very good. Weak side linebacker, motivation and tags. Franchise quarterback. Once we start winning, he'll like that. Yeah, bring Christian in. Christian Ellis. And then let's see where we stand with roster spots. If there's one for let me see, Joel. I noticed Joel has very good stats. Joel has very good stats. We'll bring him in too and see how many positions we have open. Right now, currently, they want me to cut 2 players. Okay, so let's see what the roster looks like first. Okay, so at the defensive tackle room, we have, we don't need this many defensive tackles. Now, Kenny Clark is very good. Kenny Clark might actually get you somebody else. So let's see. Let's see if they are willing, now that they have all those other Mike linebackers that I gave them. Let's see if they're willing to come up off of, say, Jahad Campbell, now that they have all them other ones. Okay, Jahad's still protected. What about Spillman? Okay, we about halfway there for Spillman, and Spillman is better than really all of them. Let's see who else we have that we can ship over there. People that we maybe picked up recently. Left tackle Dillard, Samalu, Glasgow, Kappa. We're missing a right tackle, but we can take care of that. Let's do Kappa and see if we can make it work. Okay, we're more than halfway that way. And then let's do let's do Joel. Let's take Joel out. Do Williams. Okay, they want to hold on to him. Seems like they want to hold on to him a little bit more than what I expected. So because we're people over, we could get rid of. We don't really need Ellis or Joel. We really need another Mike. So what I would say is he's a very high Mike to try to bring back, and he's going on his 10th year as well. Notice his stuff came back down to like 94 play recognition and stuff like that because he was piped up. He was motivated through me and through the team. Now that he's not here, he's kind of basically back to being a regular lineman. Like I said, I would like to have Jahad Campbell, but I don't think he's tradable because, and then Leo Chenot I know is protected. They're not gonna want to move him at all. I mean, if you gave him, say, Sean Murphy Bunting as a veteran, no. Okay, Greg Newsom. I'm about to grab something to eat in a minute. I'm about to shut this down. I know that's what I'm coming in to get in a second. I would say with Kenny Clark and Kappa, I think Kappa's a good pickup, but I would say let's do this. Let's see who steps forward because we have 5 cornerbacks, so we're good there. And we have Buddha back at the strong safety. I don't believe that we need Ellis or, in my opinion, so we could keep Let me see what Kenny, how good is Kenny. Kenny's temper is already up. His play recognition is great. I would say keep Kenny and Kappa and get rid of, Kappa. Keep Kenny, get rid of Ellis and Jewel and just see, what steps forward. Nobody steps forward. Okay, just send them to the Eagles. All right. See if you can recoup, say, a second round pick or something. They have a lot of them. Or a third round pick, just so you have a pick in this year's draft. And then you can get over the hump to the season and see who got released during the season. Because I'm not too concerned about all the people I sent them like that. Because like when you need a down yard or something like that, and you could throw to a 99 tight end, that's completely different than anything else. Okay, let's go to the bottom. The Eagles are so far set up as crazy. Okay, they have both of them. We have our fifths. We have what looks like 6 defensive tackles that can also rotate into edge rusher positions. Tutu already went up in in morale. He's up to 78. Sanoa comes in. He's at 76. Mike linebackers. Pat Queen is at 86. I think I can make one open position available. I'm trying to think of where I can spare somebody to get, because I want to get Alex Kappa's good, but he's not as good as Wyatt Taylor. So I'm gonna look to trade him for, who do I want to trade him for? Do we not have a left tackle? Okay. Do we have Joe? Okay, we have Joe All at left tackle, and we have the young boy at right tackle. So we don't really need Kappa like that. And then Kappa he's pretty good, but Kappa also is older as well. So we're going to trade Kappa away. I don't know if anybody would step forward for him. We'll just look for somebody who's looking for a right or a left guard. The Bears are looking for a left guard. So we can go ahead and, maybe get a second or a third. And then I can bring Jeremiah Trotter back up, which I actually want to do. I want him to develop as well. I think he's going to be very good. I don't want him on the practice squad. And then we could jump forward to the season and see whether or not who got released. Because a lot of times players will get released after the trade deadline. Kappa is a 31-year-old lineman. I'm not really worried about that. Got him for a 6. There you go. And then on the practice squad, I can go ahead and bring my man Jeremiah Trotter back up because I don't want him on. He's already up to 69, which is good. Signed from the practice squad. Once he gets to 70, he'll get the rolling more and more. Walter Nolan is at 82 now, which is shocking. His play recognition is up to 80, tackles up to 90. Let's cross to the start of the season, and then we'll see what we want to do there with that. Okay, teams down to 89, which isn't a problem. They were normally a 90, but by the time we get to rolling, things will work out better. Okay, so let's see. That's the hardest part, is getting past the cut day. Cut day is the hardest because you got to make certain decisions. Once you get past cut day, some things will work and some things won't. That's why I went after McBride the way I did. The draft class is going to be keep auto-generated rookies. Not really worried about that right now. Trade offers for Wyatt Taylor. Let's see what they're offering. I don't think we need a cornerback. Let's see. Was anybody released from their teams? Oh my God, Jordan Brooks got released? Bro, I'm picking him right back up. The Eagles, I don't know what the Eagles were thinking, but I'm picking him right back up. See what I'm talking about? Like, he just literally got released. James Conner got released. Yeah, we'll make room for these guys. I'll find room for these guys later, but that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, like, you can trade a person away, and then they be like, yeah, we don't even want them like that. Nick Chubb, Amiki, the cornerback I had is also released. We're gonna go ahead and pick him back up. I'll rotate the roster maybe a little bit while I'm gone. Where is he? Where is he at? Amik Robinson. Even if we gotta send some people down to practice squads or things like that. Yeah. And then I think we're pretty good. Justin Simmons was released. Cam Akers. Ain't Cam Akers a star? Dang. I tell you, turn that draft class up, boy. Everybody named mama be getting released nowadays. Yeah. Okay, so that should impact the team's overall offense, in my opinion. Now that we have Jordan Brooks back, he was one of the main pieces that we used to get McBride back. So now we got Jordan Brooks back. His motivations will go up. Pat Queen, N'Kobe Dean, Jeremiah Trotter and Sewell are training. We got all our will linebackers, cornerback wise. Emeke is back. Meeks is back. And then at defensive tackle, we got Kenny Clark. I'll make a decision there later on. I don't want to rush to make a decision there. Left edge is looking good. So let's run through the squad so we can see what we have so I can keep an eye on it. So at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Shadari Sanders. Halfback, we have Saquon Barkley, James Conner, and Tank Bigsby. Fullback, we have Patrick Ricard. Wide receiver, we have Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Isaac Tesla. Tight end, we have Trey McBride, Kyle Pitts, and Josh Oliver. Left tackle, we have Jordan Mailata, Joe Alt, and Andrew Dillard. Left guard, we have Joel, Isaac Samalu. Center, we have Forhold and Glasgow. Right guard, we got Elijah Vera Tucker, Wyatt Taylor. Right tackle, we have Fuga, if I'm calling his name correctly. Left edge, we have Max Crosby and Chase Young. Right edge, we have Josh Hines Allen and Josh Sweat. Defensive tackle, we have Vita Vea, Jalen Carter, Christian Wilkinson, Jordan Davis, Ed Oliver, and Kenny Clark. Sam linebacker, we have Tutu, Sayanoa, Sewell, and Jeremiah Trotter. Mike linebackers, we have Brooks, Pat Queen, and N'Kobe Dean. Will linebacker, we have J.O.K., Ivan Pace, and Quincy Williams. Cornerback, we have Newsome, Johnson, Alexander, Bunting, Robinson, and Samuel Jr. Free safety, we have Reed Blankenship. Strong safety, we have Buda Baker. Kick, we have Jake the Snake Elliott. Punter, we have Ryan Stonehouse. And long snapper, we have Chris Stoll. And then as far as draft picks, we don't have the draft picks right there. Rivals face off. We face the Seahawks in Thursday night primetime. It is our first game. We have to cut off 3 players. I will do that off camera probably. Abilities wise, we're going to get some play sheets if we can. I would prefer to get a wide empty play sheet. Unlocks play sheets heavy from a 5 wide receiver shotgun set. And this one unlocks pass heavy play sheets with multiple shotgun triple formations. Let's go with the wide empty set. Bring that up. And then yeah. So and then Jonathan Gannon's still at the 6. He'll probably develop as the season goes on. Yeah. So what's the messages I got? In the first week season, we got a lot of pressure, so prepare for it. So let's keep in touch and make sure we best are possible. We're going to struggle to run the ball against Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. We need to run more outside to be effective. We got Jordan Mailata all healed up and he can get him back on the field. Okay, that's good. All right, that's good to hear. Yeah. So, and then also let's check before we stroll out. Let's check the trade center and see was there anybody added? Now that there was a lot of was there anybody added that you want to take a shot at before you miss out on somebody? That wide receiver they're still trying to get a lot for. I got Trey McBride, so I don't really need to worry about that. Right guards. Okay. Line is looking straight for me, so I don't really need to, dive out there like that. I got a slew of tight end defensive tackles. Gelato, I'm running 2 right edges, so I don't really need him like that. And I want to think on that trade. I don't know necessarily if I want to pick him up because of what I have to give up to get him. Dayron Porter, like I said, once again, not sure I want to, make that trade. I'll think about it. All right. Shanker. Shanker is a very good. Let me see what Shanker got. Shanker is pretty good. His zone coverage is good. Play recognition is good. Maybe. I'll think about it. But yeah, this has been an amazing morning stream. I am not ruling out, let me say this now, because a lot of people sometimes don't understand that. I am not ruling out a possible another stream later today. I just have a couple things I need to run and do. And then after I do a couple things I need to run and do, basically, I can look at, possibly streaming again later tonight. So you guys and gals, stay close. Have a good rest of your day. Watch the basketball game. Get something to eat. Hang out for the weekend. And I will possibly see you in the next stream today. Peace. Yo, where do you live for it to? He said, where do you live for it to be in the morning across the world? It's not literally in the morning. It's like 6:39 in the afternoon. I live in the West Coast. It's only about 7. When I say like it's still early in the, I didn't mean to say early in the morning. I meant to say early in the afternoon. It's still early in the afternoon type thing, where basically, I might come home at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, like, hey, let's stream again. There's nothing really stopping me from doing that again tonight. So that's what I was saying. Just stay close and stuff. And if you want to come back, come on back. If not, I'll see you in the next stream. Peace.